The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Stewart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Basenecker. Rep. Bottoms is excused. Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Representative Brooks,
Excused.
Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Representative Carter is excused. Clifford, Rep. DeGraff is excused. Duran, English, Representative English is excused. Espinoza, Foray, Flanell, Froelich, Representative Garcia is excused. Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Goldstein, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Representative Leader is excused. Lindsay, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Wynn, Pascal, Phillips, Richardson, Ricks. Rep. Rutnell is excused. Ryden, Sirota, Slaw, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez is excused. Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, Representative Zokai
We have guests here, so.
is excused. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 57 present, 8 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Monday, February 2nd be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
That is a very well-placed motion. Members, the motion before us is the adoption of the Journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are proceeding to business. I will invite you to take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolution.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 006.
Senate Joint Resolution 6 by Senators Judah Ann Weissman, also Representatives Joseph and Ricks, concerning the commitment to Coloradans navigating the complex United States immigration system and ensuring transparency in federal enforcement in our state.
Who would like to be recognized? Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution 26006
That
And ask
is-
that-
there you go.
and ask that it be read at length.
Thank you. Mr. Shebel, would you please read our resolution?
Whereas immigrant Coloradans are students, workers, business owners, caregivers, parents, faith leaders, longtime residents, and new arrivals who together shape the civic, economic, and cultural life of our state. And whereas in 2025, the Colorado Fiscal Institute reported that immigrants in the state of Colorado contribute $2 billion in state and local tax revenue annually, a significant contribution to our economy. And whereas immigration in Colorado reflects a broad and complex spectrum beyond the binary of documented and undocumented, including deferred action for childhood arrivals recipients, asylum seekers, temporary protected status holders, international students, refugees, survivors of trafficking and domestic violence, seasonal workers, and mixed status families. And whereas when immigrant community members are unjustly targeted or subjected to opaque enforcement practices, it undermines not only individual rights, but the health, safety, and well-being of all Coloradans, disrupting schools, healthcare systems, workplaces, and families. And whereas a 2021 report by the American Immigration Council shows 17.8 million children in the United States have at least one foreign-born parent, and as many as 500,000 United States citizens' children experienced the deportation of at least one parent between 2011 and 2013. And whereas, additionally, a 2020 study by the American Immigration Council reported that detention or deportation of a family member resulted in significantly higher rates of suicidal thoughts, alcohol abuse, and aggression. And whereas Colorado has taken meaningful steps to recognize and protect the civil rights of immigrant community members, including the passage of House Bill 19-1124, Senate Bill 21-131, Senate Bill 25-276, and other measures that promote transparency, limit discriminatory practices, and reinforce the dignity and equality of residents regardless of immigration status. And whereas heightened federal enforcement rhetoric, coupled with immigration enforcement actions carried out without clear identification or accountability, has contributed to increased fear, confusion, and racial profiling of Black and brown Coloradans, disproportionately impacting immigrants of African, Caribbean, Latin American, Middle Eastern, and Asian communities in Colorado. And whereas the Colorado Polling Institute found in November 2025 that a majority of Hispanic voters feared unlawful detention of their community members, and that 64% of Coloradans are concerned that Immigration and Customs Enforcement is detaining people who should not be detained. And whereas the use of masked or unidentified personnel and unmarked vehicles in civil immigration enforcement, which represents a form of de-individuation, increases the likelihood of aggression, antisocial behavior, and has led Coloradan community members to reasonably fear arbitrary detention, impersonation, or abuse of authority, resulting in avoidance of schools, public transit, healthcare facilities, faith spaces, shelters, civic events, and other essential services. And whereas such fear erodes public trust, impedes community cooperation, and compromises public safety by driving people away from institutions intended to protect health, education, and well-being. And whereas when schools are disrupted or parents are forced to live in fear, children experience psychological trauma that can impair learning, health, and long-term well-being, with consequences that reverberate across families, communities, and generations. And whereas in Minnesota, a state that has experienced heavy ICE presence, the total number of school absences increased 13% among Spanish speakers, 8% among Karen speakers, and 6% among Hmong speakers between December 1st, 2025 and January 6th, 2026. And whereas allowing ICE presence to affect our students in Colorado schools could have dire consequences for the state, as chronic absenteeism is linked to lower high school graduation rates. And whereas Renee Good was killed by an ICE agent on January 7th, 2026, while trying to follow direction to leave. And whereas Alex Preddy was killed by United States Customs and Border Protection agents on January 24th, 2026, while protecting a woman being beaten by United States Customs and Border Protection agents. And whereas the lives of 32 immigrants were lost while held in detention centers in 2025 due to inhumane conditions and lack of access to health care, while survivors have an increased likelihood of mental illness and PTSD, especially if their detention surpassed 6 months. And whereas, according to a 2025 report by Physicians for Human Rights, ICE facilities subjected over 10,500 individuals to solitary confinement for on average 38 consecutive days, more than double the 15-day threshold for torture as defined by United Nations human rights experts, as well as isolating individuals with vulnerabilities such as mental health issues nearly twice as long as compared to 2022. And whereas so far under this presidential administration, there have been a reported 20 cases of civilians posing as ICE agents for nefarious reasons, demonstrating that face coverings and agents' failure to identify themselves pose a threat to all Coloradans and erode public trust in law enforcement. And whereas state, local, and federal governments share responsibility for ensuring that enforcement practices are carried out in a manner consistent with constitutional protections, civil rights laws, and fundamental norms of transparency and accountability, preventing discrimination, trauma, and unjust detainment. And whereas the General Assembly affirms that true community safety requires transparency, legal clarity, and the ability for all residents to move, work, learn, worship, seek care, and live without fear of coercive interaction or identity-based targeting. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, reaffirm the civil rights of immigrant Coloradans and affirm that dignity, belonging, family unity, and freedom from intimidation are fundamental rights of all who call Colorado home. Support the right of members of the public to robustly exercise their First Amendment rights to free speech and to petition their government for redress, and urge that all protests be peaceful in nature. Call on federal agencies to end anonymous enforcement tactics and urge immigration authorities, when operating within Colorado, to adopt enforcement practices that are transparent and accountable, including by immediately ending the routine use of masked or unidentifiable personnel, unmarked vehicles, and plain-clothed detainment without prior identification, requiring visible agency identification and prompt disclosure of name, agency, and badge or credentials upon engagement with the public, and ensuring that residents can readily distinguish law enforcement from private actors, vigilantes, or impersonators. Call upon federal agencies to protect community access to education, healthcare, and civic participation and aid, and refrain from civil immigration enforcement actions in or near courthouses, schools, health clinics, faith spaces, food distribution sites, and civic gatherings, except in narrowly defined circumstances involving a verified and imminent public safety threat. Advocate for modernized, humane federal immigration reform. Call on Congress and federal leadership to pursue reforms that reflect lived realities and economic needs, including creating functioning, timely pathways to citizenship for long-term residents, dreamers, and mixed-status families, expanding worker protections and lawful labor pathways that reflect Colorado's economic reality, strengthening protections for survivors, refugees, and asylum seekers, and modernizing processing systems that currently leave families in indefinite limbo. Support state-level transparency measures and urge continued investment in state-level oversight, community reporting mechanisms, and public transparency tools to ensure compliance with civil rights standards and to prevent discriminatory or covert enforcement practices within Colorado. Declare that Colorado is home to one of the most diverse immigrant populations in the country, and that immigrant Coloradans contribute to every sector, from education and healthcare to construction, entrepreneurship, public service, and culture. Reaffirm that ensuring immigrant Coloradans' ability to live safely and move without fear is not a partisan preference, but a matter of constitutional dignity and collective well-being. And call on federal partners to uphold transparency, accountability, and humane enforcement practices so that every family, regardless of immigration status, may participate fully in the communities they have built and sustained.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. members, you see all the colors that you see here today. It reflects what America is. I remember when I was in law school, one of my professors said, America is not a melting pot. It is a salad bowl. It reflects the diversity of our community, each and every one of us. We're not just supposed to be part of this country and just be melted into it, but individually we each make it better. To the people of Colorado and to people across this country who are in mourning every day, when you see your streets militarized, when you see fear replace safety, we want you to know we hear you, we see you. Our founders worked to balance power between the states and the federal government. And yet today, many of us live in terror as the federal government, precisely the executive branch, terrorizes our friends, our neighbors, our families, people who cross borders in search of dignity, safety, and life. We wake up wondering if our community will be next, and still we refuse to be silent in the face of tyranny. We have watched people who stood up for justice be dragged, punished, and erased, and even killed, and we mourn. We mourn because we are witnessing every single day since this administration took power, we mourn because we are witnessing every single day that since this administration took power, it may take generations and centuries to undo what they have done. I mourn, but I also want to speak directly to those still standing in the gap for our neighbors and friends. I see you, I honor you, and I thank you. I know the cost of standing for Black and brown people, for immigrants, sometimes feels unbearable. While I cannot speak for the families of Alex Pretty and Renee Good, I mourn. I mourn with you. I mourn with those who saw the dangers ahead in 2016 and in 2024, and spoke anyway, even when it cost them their jobs, their safety, and their lives. Thank you for standing. Thank you for fighting. I speak as a Black woman, as an immigrant. Every day, we're not just fighting for our lives, we're fighting for our livelihoods as well. We fight to be included even in conversations about our own survival, because too often, those who benefit from the system of oppression also want to be the faces and the voices of the oppressed. Our stories are taken from us, our pain is narrated by others, or humanity is filtered, softened, and erased. After this side of the aisle speak, after a mother and a son are killed in the street without justice, you will hear people say, "We are too divisive." They want us to be silent. They want our silence while their foot presses down on the neck of this country, slowly strangling it to death. They want us to be passive witnesses to our own suffering. But some will be silent and the rest of us will never be. Because our voice is our dignity. Because our voice is our refusal to disappear. We will stare down the machinery of oppression with full heart and unbroken humanity. We will stand, we will march, we will speak, and we will fight, even for outcomes we may never see in our lifetime. Because the fight itself is sacred. Because resistance is how we remain free. Because we will never consent to our own subjugation. We will speak the names of Pretty and Good as long as it takes to get justice. And we will fight to ensure the voices and faces of the oppressed are never erased, never sanitized, never culturally washed. Because we are here, because we are watching, because we're not done.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the House. I rise today in strong support of SJR 26006. This resolution affirms the vital role immigrants play in our state and across this country. At a moment when immigrant communities are facing unprecedented federal attacks, we must stand firm in offering protection, dignity, and unwavering support. Immigrants are essential to the strength of Colorado. They are workers, parents, caregivers, entrepreneurs, and neighbors, and they deserve to be treated with the same dignity and value that they give our state. Immigrants do not steal jobs. In fact, they expand the workforce by starting businesses, filling hard-to-staff positions, and contributing billions of dollars to our economy here in Colorado and nationwide. Their labor strengthens welfare programs like Social Security and Medicaid, and has even shown to raise wages for US-born workers over time. Immigration has been used as a political football for decades. There has been no comprehensive immigration policy since 1988 when Ronald Reagan passed the amnesty program. That was 38 years ago. A pathway to citizenship, or at the very least, a lawful way for people to work and live here is long overdue. We urge our federal delegation to do something about this. Take action. Immigrants have come from all over the world, seeking a better life, running from civil unrest, climate change, war, economic turmoil, just like my family did over 45 years ago. This past year has shown us a painful truth. Rather than prioritizing public safety, ICE has repeatedly chosen loyalty to political power over the well-being of our neighbors and people around us. Immigration enforcement has been carried out in ways that spread fear and inflict harm far beyond immigrant communities. ICE has disrupted schools, grocery stores, churches, mosques, workplaces, and neighborhoods, spaces shared by all of us. These concerns are underscored by a troubling pattern of violent federal actions. Just last month in Minneapolis, 2 US citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, were fatally shot by federal agents during immigration enforcement operations. Their deaths have become focal points in national debates due to the use of overforce. There's been no accountability and broader consequences of aggressive immigration enforcement policies. These outcomes are not surprising when we consider the structure of ICE itself. ICE is a private, militarized agency that has been allocated over $75 billion in taxpayers' money in the big, beautiful bill. Its personnel, often masked and untrained, use brute force to make arrests without probable cause, seemingly targeting individuals solely based on their accents and because they're Black or have brown skin. Behind the statistics, though, there are real people. Like one of them, my constituent, Sarah Sawa. She is a Ghanaian American who is a single mother from Ghana. She's lived in the US for 3 years and has an active asylum case here in the courts that is scheduled for March. She worked at Walmart, and throughout her living in the United States, she's met with ICE twice a month. And then they called her in and placed an ankle bracelet on her about 6 months before. And then 3 months ago, they called her in and they detained her. She's not a criminal. She's done nothing wrong. She has 4 children. She worked every day at Walmart. But these are the typical stories. After she got arrested, she had to have surgery for her gallbladder. They refused to let her call her family while she was in the hospital until somebody from the hospital gave her their phone and lent the phone. And then within 2 days of getting out of the hospital, they tried to send her away to another state for no reason. And so her lawyer had to intervene very urgently to make sure that that didn't happen. But this is a typical story of what is happening right now. Families are being split up. People are just being pulled apart. And not because they're criminals. If you're going after criminals, sure, we can all agree criminals should be locked up. But regular people who are doing their duty, living their lives, taking care of their families, are just being destroyed and just being pulled apart. We should not live in a country where people fear the very government meant to serve them, or worry that an encounter with a federal official could be their last. We are living in a time where the President of the United States is deploying federal enforcement against states that did not vote or agree with him. Blue states are being targeted. Our economies are under attack. Our communities are under attack. And I leave you with this. There's a Jewish saying, but I've paraphrased this. It says, first, they came for the Haitians, and they accused them of eating cats and dogs. Then the Venezuelans were accused of being gang members and taking over the city of Aurora. Then they came for the Somalians. They were called garbage. And the Ethiopians had their temporary protective status stripped away. And then they killed 2 US citizens in cold blood. And then they came for the press last week, who were exercising their First Amendment rights. The question is, who's next? Because we know there's going to be a next. Today is immigrants. Maybe tomorrow is people who have Second Amendment rights, who are licensed to carry guns in this country. Nobody is safe. We have been labeled as the enemy within from the executive office. We're no longer living in the time where our rights are protected by the Constitution. That reality demands immediate actions. It demands accountability from the federal government and a commitment that law enforcement operates responsibly, transparently, and in a manner that upholds human dignity. In closing, we have a responsibility to protect and serve the people who elected us to do just that. We cannot stand by while our communities are terrorized by the very system meant to serve them. Colorado is home to one of the most vibrant immigrant communities in the nation. And while we may have made meaningful progress, today's political environment demands that we do more. I am proud to be and represent Aurora, where 1 in every 5 residents, 21.4% of our population, are foreign-born. According to the 2023 census, that is more than 84,000 people. Diversity is our strength. Our immigrant communities deserve to be honored, respected, and safe in their homes. And I am committed to being a part of that change. I urge you all to support this resolution. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I come up here in good faith with respect. I respectfully cannot support this resolution as written. Now, when I first saw this resolution, I did bring my concerns up to the bill sponsors, the resolution sponsors, and I let them know that there are some of my concerns. We can agree with a lot that's in this resolution as Republicans. A lot more has been sprinkled in that we cannot agree with. And I was granted a meeting with the bill sponsors, which I fully thank you for doing that, for hearing me out. And we spoke about the differences. But unfortunately, we didn't come down to a conclusion to where this can be a bipartisan resolution. Members, as I rise this morning because the conversations around immigration is deeply personal to me. I am an immigrant myself from Salamanca, Guanajuato, Mexico. And I know firsthand the pride, responsibility, and the contribution that immigrants bring to our community. And that is why I move L002 to SJR 26006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. One moment. The amendment is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go ahead and read this amendment that I have. This is a version that I brought forward. I did share it with the bill sponsors and the leadership. Unfortunately, we couldn't come down to a conclusion. Whereas Colorado is home to people of many backgrounds, including citizens and legal immigrants, who contribute this civic, economic, and cultural life of the state. This is where Republicans and Dems finally agree that immigrants are vital to our communities. Whereas in 2025, the Colorado Fiscal Institute reported that legal immigrants in the state of Colorado contribute $1.5 billion in the state and local tax revenue annually, a significant contribution to our economy. Members, federal immigration reform is a federal issue, not a state issue. I've said this in this past year, during another resolution. And I've stated that my support in fixing the federal immigration issue is always strong with me. Whereas the United States immigration system is complex, governed by federal law, and administered by the federal government. And whereas public's trust is strengthened when laws are enforced constantly and in accordance with constitutional protections. And whereas the General Assembly recognizes the rhetoric surrounding immigration can create confusion and anxiety and should be addressed responsibly without undermining lawful enforcement or due process. And we honor all Coloradans who have lost their lives, recognizing the profound loss experienced by their families and the enduring impact on their communities. And whereas Colorado law, including laws enacted by the passage of House Bill 19-1124 and Senate Bill 21-131, state and local law enforcement agencies are prohibited from assisting, participating in, or cooperating with federal civil immigration enforcement actions conducted by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, except where expressly required by federal law. Now, we must follow federal law. And why we can all agree that our system needs reform, we must follow the law while we advocate for change, which is what I've been doing since I've got elected to this office. Therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado and the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, affirm that true community safety requires transparency, legal clarity, and the ability of all legal residents to move, work, learn, worship, seek care, and live without fear. Reaffirm the civil rights of legal immigrant Coloradans and affirm that dignity belonging to family unity, and freedom from intimidation are fundamental rights of all who call Colorado home. This part is very important to me because of my experience. My family came here legally through a work visa first, residency card, and I finally became a U.S. citizen in 2010 under the Obama administration because I wanted to vote. I wanted to become more civically involved. The importance of legal immigration really resonates with us because we understand the importance of being a part of this country. That is why I truly believe in legal immigration, and I push that for everybody. I'm not trying to push away immigrants. I'm trying to focus in them the importance of becoming a part of this great nation. Support the right of members of the public to robustly exercise their First Amendment rights to free speech and to petition their government for redress, and urge that all protests be peaceful in nature. We must honor all of the Constitution. This is fundamental to the United States of America. Advocate for modernized federal immigration reform that straightens border security, enforces existing laws, prioritizes legal immigration, protects American jobs, and ensures a system that is fair, orderly, and in the best interest of the United States. Our immigration system does need reform. This is something that we can all agree on. Support state-level transparency measures and urge continued investment in state-level oversight, community reporting mechanisms, and public transparency tools to ensure compliance with civil rights standards and support the responsibility of federal law enforcement. Declare that Colorado is home to one of the most diverse legal immigrant populations in the United States, and that legal immigrant Coloradans contribute to every sector, from education and healthcare to construction, entrepreneurship, public service, and culture. I mean, look at the colleagues here. We have plenty of colleagues here. We have sons of immigrants, people that are married to immigrants, on both sides of the aisle. Actual immigrants that went through the process, the whole process of the Department of Homeland Security, which is the mother department of Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement, a federal agency. Reaffirm that all immigrant Coloradans are expected to follow federal legal processes, and the legal entry or violation of federal law will be addressed through federal enforcement. And reaffirm that the General Assembly of the State of Colorado neither directs nor exercises supervisory authority over federal law enforcement agencies, including immigrations and custom enforcement. And that federal immigration enforcement actions are governed exclusively by federal law and federal executive authority. Members, as I conclude, I would like to reiterate that we as the General Assembly do not have authority over the Department of Homeland Security, and that I believe we have elected those in DC to dutifully advocate for Colorado. Now I want to speak to the immigrant community that I am a part of. No se crean en lo que piensan la gente que de los republicanos. No somos en contra de inmigrantes. Yo soy un ejemplo de un inmigrante que subió a un nivel donde puedo tener una voz. Sí queremos inmigrantes, es muy importante tener los inmigrantes en este país, pero hay que hacerlo bien, con respeto, y a ver las leyes de este país tan grande que nos dio tanta oportunidad a toda la gente de nuestros países donde nacimos. I urge and I vote on this amendment, please.
Representative Joseph, we are speaking to Amendment L002.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We asked for, first I want to thank Representative Barron for his comments. Some of them I do agree with, although we don't agree. I do not agree to the changes. We're all part of the American story, and we want the best for this country, regardless of where we stand on the issues. However, we ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. And part of the reason why, as I was reflecting, and by the way, we did have the opportunity to meet with Rep. Barron and have conversation over this amendment with the minority leader as well. So again, I want to thank them for the opportunity to have conversation, because that's important even when you don't agree. But however, our resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 006 reflect our values. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that we're Democrats, but I'm a proud Democrat, and it reflects our values as Democrat, and I don't believe a word in it should be changed, because our people send us to the Capitol to fight for them, and that is one way of fighting for them, even though we cannot tell the federal government what to do because of separation of powers. We also have a voice to stand up for the people in our districts, to let them know that we're fighting for them. The families who are working two to three jobs, who cannot show up here to fight for themselves, we are here to fight for them and to fight for their families. We all have immigrants in our families, And we are here to fight for them and to be their voice. And that's why we are here. And that's why we drafted this resolution. And I ask for no vote on this particular amendment. Thank you. And also, Madam Speaker, I also wanted to note, as of yesterday, millions of Haitians who came to this country, documented, find themselves in a state of being undocumented. And they fear at any moment they will be dragged, even potentially killed, detained, and returned to Haiti. So I'm speaking here from experience on this, and we have to stand up for all our communities. Yes, we want immigrants to go through the process, through the immigration process, but we all have human dignity, we all have human rights, and they must be respected. And we ask again for a no vote on this particular amendment.
Representative Kilty, we are speaking to the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hadn't planned on coming up at this point, but from what I just heard from the bill sponsor, from her mouth, was basically that this resolution was written by and for Democrats. So this is not a bipartisan resolution where the amendment, which was very well thought out, very well written, is a bipartisan written amendment. So I'm asking for a yes vote on the amendment because, as you just heard, one of these is bipartisan, one of these is not. And the one before you here in yellow, the amendment, is the bipartisan written amendment for this resolution. Thank you, and I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further, Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please vote no. This is not a bipartisan amendment. We did not write this. We did not agree with it. We have presented the resolution that we believe reflects what is going on with immigration at this time. Please vote no on this.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify that I did take some of the language from your resolution into my amendment. So and I did send it to you last week. I just wanted to clarify that this is something that I wanted to bring forward for both of us, and I hope I can really earn your support in this amendment for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Espinoza Soper Valdez. Representative Soper is excused. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 42 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. We are back to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and just want to start with the two members that brought this forward I respect and consider friends, and I appreciate you listening to our side. I think we can do this respectfully, and I appreciate you listening to my words as well as I stand for my constituents in my district. Madam Speaker, members of the House, I rise today in strong opposition to this anti-ICE resolution. At first glance, this resolution may appear symbolic, just words, just politics, but words matter. When this body condemns immigration and customs enforcement, it does something very real. It undermines the rule of law, demoralizes federal officers tasked with enforcing it, and it sends a dangerous message that Colorado is no longer serious about public safety or legal immigration. You talk about Coloradans living in fear, so are mine. We're the 7th least safe or most violent state for crime. We're the 2nd least safe state. We're 4th highest for rape and 10th highest for trafficking. Let's talk about the fear that the people in our districts have for that. Let's start with simple truth that often gets lost in this debate. Immigration enforcement is not radical, unprecedented, or extremist. It is routine, it is lawful, and it has been carried out by every modern president of both parties. Under President Clinton, under President Bush, under President Obama, ICE enforced the law. In fact, President Obama, listed in your resolution, deported more people than any president in modern history, to the tune of 3 million people. That is not rhetoric, that is data from the Department of Homeland Security. So when this resolution suggests ICE has suddenly become rogue or illegitimate, the facts simply do not support that. What has changed is not ICE, but the political narrative. Over the past few years, ICE agents have faced escalating hostility, verbal abuse, physical assaults, and even attempted murder. Instead of defending the men and women who enforce our laws, too many elected officials have chosen to demonize them. Some have gone so far as to compare ICE to secret police or authoritarian regimes. We heard that here. That kind of language is reckless, and it has consequences. Madam Speaker, ICE exists to enforce laws passed by Congress, laws that remain on the books today. The Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed that the federal government has broad authority over immigration and that removal is a civil process carried out with discretion. This is not vigilante justice. It is lawful enforcement under Article 2 of the Constitution, which requires the president to faithfully execute the laws. We may debate whether immigration laws should be changed. That is a legitimate conversation, but until the law changes, enforcement is not optional. Choosing not to enforce the law is not compassion, it's abdication. And let's talk about compassion, because that word is used often by supporters of this resolution. Real compassion does not mean ignoring the consequences of policy. It does not mean importing chaos and calling it kindness. And it certainly does not mean forcing working families in Colorado to absorb unlimited costs without their consent. Since 2019, this legislature has enacted bill after bill, expanding taxpayer-funded benefits to people who are in this country illegally. Healthcare, housing assistance, refundable tax credits, child care subsidies, legal defense funds, and more. In some cases, a single household can receive up to $50,000 per year in public benefits. Meanwhile, Colorado families are struggling with soaring housing costs, high energy bills, rising insurance premiums, and declining affordability. Since 2019, the cost of living in the state has risen by more than 25%. Energy costs have risen over 40%. And yet, instead of prioritizing citizens and legal residents, this body is being asked to pass a resolution attacking the very agency responsible for enforcing immigration law. Madam Speaker, there's another side of this debate that is often too dismissed. When immigration laws are not enforced, people die who never should have died. Colorado has seen repeated cases of violent crimes, fatal DUI crashes, sexual assaults, and homicides committed by individuals who were in this country illegally, many of whom had prior deportations or criminal histories. These are not abstract statistics. They are Coloradans, mothers, children, workers, and families. In fact, we have 25 pages worth of arrests just for our state alone. Do we hold a moment of silence, say their names, or honor their memory? Do we mourn them? Do we tell those families, we hear you and we see you? People in our own state that have been killed or harmed. I don't remember standing or having resolutions for them. Opposing this resolution does not mean opposing immigrants. Millions of people come to the United States legally, follow the rules, wait their turn, and contribute to our society. They are the ones disrespected by a system that rewards law-breaking and punishes compliance. ICE's focus, especially in recent years, has been overwhelmingly on criminal aliens. Deporting who have committed serious crimes is not cruelty, it is public safety. So I have a basic question for the majority, and it's this. Do you believe the federal government should deport those in the country who are here illegally and have committed felonies or otherwise hurt people? Should they be deported? So let us be clear about what this resolution does. It does not fix the border. It does not reform immigration law, and it does not help struggling Coloradans. What I believe it does is hostility towards law enforcement, embolden sanctuary policies that shield criminals, and further erode trust in the rule of law. Madam Speaker, Colorado should be a state that welcomes legal immigrants, protects taxpayers, supports law enforcement, and insists that laws mean what they say. This resolution moves us in the complete opposite direction. So for the sake of public safety and for the sake of fairness and for the sake of the rule of law, I urge a no vote. And in that, I am also going to move Amendment L003 to SJR 26006 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment while we display the amendment. The amendment is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I'm going to read it. So this would engross Joint Resolution page 5 after line 32 and insert that we recognize Carissa Aspenez, a young Colorado woman whose life was permanently altered on March 28, 2025, when she was catastrophically injured in a hit-and-run crash. And acknowledge that although Carissa survived, the independent life she was building, her career, her future family, and her ability to care for herself was taken from her in a single moment. Affirm that survival alone does not equal justice, and that victims who suffer permanent brain injury, lifelong disability, and total loss of independence deserve recognition equal to those lives that were lost. Recognize that this case exposed serious failures in Colorado's justice system, including the rapid release of a fleeing offender on minimal bond, repeated continuances granted over victim objection, breakdowns in communication between prosecutors and victims advocates, and sentencing limits that fail to reflect the lifelong consequences further imposed on victims when offenders flee the scene. Further recognize that when criminal proceedings are entangled with a complex immigration system, crime victims may experience additional delays, diminished transparency, and lots of confidence that accountability will never be fully realized, compounding the harm already suffered. Declare that Colorado must do better by victims and express our intent to pursue reforms that place the victim, not the offender, at the center of the justice process, including but not limited to ensuring meaningful pretrial accountability in hit-and-run cases involving severe bodily injury, including higher bond considerations and victim input before release decisions are made. Treating flight from the scene of a crash involving serious injury as strong evidence of flight risk. Preventing excessive continuances that delay justice for permanently injured victims and their families. Re-examining sentencing structures so that lifelong injury and permanent disability are met with proportionate consequences. Strengthening investigative authority when impairment by alcohol or controlled substances is reasonably suspected, improving coordination between state and federal authorities when felony criminal conduct intersects with immigration proceedings, guaranteeing that victims are fully informed, heard, and accounted for in all proceedings, including restitution determinations and ensuring accountability for all individuals who aid or conspire in fleeing the scene of a serious crime, and dedicate this resolution to Carissa Aspenez and to all Colorado crime victims whose lives have been permanently changed, affirming that a justice system that minimizes harm, delays accountability, or sidelines victims has lost its sight of its most basic duty. We owe this to Carissa. We owe this to her mom, whose life has been changed after the person who hit her and ran from the scene has had 7 continuances. She pled guilty to a Class 5 felony, conspiracy to flee the scene of an accident with severe bodily injury, and approximately $15,000 in restitution to the man who was in the car with her. Sentencing is set for March 27th, 1 day short of the 1-year anniversary of the accident. The maximum sentence for this felony is 3 years in prison. She left her at the scene to die. Had the accident never happened, Carissa would have graduated from trade school and been well on her way to a successful career as an esthetician. Her heart's desire was to find her life partner and have children. Carissa did not die, but the life she was building is over, and the life I was working toward is over, says her mom. A maximum sentence of 3 years is quite frankly offensive when Carissa's sentence and her mom's sentence is a lifetime. So I ask, do we stand for Carissa? Do we mourn the life that she was set to live and her mom was set to live? Or do we only mourn activist. Thank you.
AML Bacon. We are speaking to Amendment L003.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did stand for Carissa as you were speaking. But I'm going to encourage a no vote to this amendment because I believe it might be conflating issues. And at the end of the day, I hope, and what I believe this amendment does, and when I hope that is not the case, because I don't want to speak to intentions, but this is how I interpret it, I hope we are not equating the support of immigrants, or I hope that we're not equating what someone might articulate as the fault in our legal system to that of immigrants. Because that's the problem. That is part of the problem. That is why we brought the resolution the way that it is written. When we say terms like someone died at the hand of an immigrant, and therefore we must not care about the victim, or we must associate all immigrants with these terrible outcomes, or infer that, I am insulted by it. I will say this, too. I don't believe people are legal or illegal. I believe their actions are, and that's not how we're describing people. If we want to talk about support of following the law, well, read the resolution. We heard specifically about a woman who was following the law and was separated from her family. We have seen instances of 5-year-olds who didn't do anything but be and were put behind bars. We have seen instances of a woman just dropping off her children. And if we support due process and the laws that are written, that means we don't support judge, jury, and executioner in the middle of the street. We support the laws that say you collect evidence and review if the shooting was justified. And so I'm bringing this to you so you can understand my demonstration and commitment to the criminal justice system, as well as the civil system. Needless to say of how many people who are not foreign-born who have walked into spaces where people look like me and just shot them. By the way, law enforcement is also black and brown, and they are getting stopped too, without cause, which is a key tenet of our criminal justice system. So I do recognize the loss, and I think I speak for all of my colleagues, of the life of Carissa. Any loss of life is a tragedy, but we will not equate the action of one to the beings of all. Because if that's the case, I got feelings. And I don't do that, despite all the times I'm discriminated against. So I want to again say, I asked if I could speak to this, that we do recognize the life of the lost. We do, no one here didn't say that anyone who's created a criminal action be deported. But our problem is walking down the street is not a criminal act. Our problem is being someone's child is not a criminal act. Our problem is being born from another country and living here and opening a business is not a criminal act. And so we wanted to stay in the appropriate lanes. So thank you for bringing the story forward that we could deliberate over and pay homage to. And like I said, I did stand. But we need to be clear on what we're saying and not conflate the issues. And if you want to, okay, that's why we get to vote. Thank you. Vote no.
Minority Leader Caldwell. We are speaking to Amendment L003.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I appreciate the comments from both sides. I truly do. But there were some things said here that I just kind of want to clear the air on. I appreciate my colleague from Douglas County because I feel she chose her words very carefully and very specific. And to the speaker before me, you know, it was the term insulted was used by some of the words that were chosen. And to be clear here, I jotted down some words that have been used this morning, and some of them are terrorize, tyranny, oppression, foot on neck, strangle, militarized, targeted, under attack, killed in cold blood. So I do find it necessary to come up here and say that we are insulted by those words that were chosen earlier. And that my colleague from Douglas County that just came up here and spoke, I think chose her words very carefully when she says somebody was hit and left for dead, because that is actually what happened. That is what the record shows. And so I just think we need to be clear here and honest and for this debate. So thank you, Madam Speaker. And I support this amendment, obviously. The amendment, I think, is fair. And we had this whole debate up here about bipartisanship, and this is bipartisan. If you accept this amendment recognizing a Coloradan, then we got some of our language in there, and then you have the rest is yours. So I think that's fair.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L003, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Representative Mabry, we are back to Senate Joint Resolution 6.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I believe now, more than ever, this moment demands leaders with the courage to say explicitly that the best thing about this country is that we are a nation of immigrants. We always have been. No person is illegal, and I'm always confounded when my fellow Americans are so passionate about keeping new arrivals out of this country or cracking down on people who came here without documentation. Every American who has ever lived, with the exception of the indigenous, was either an immigrant themselves or the descendant of immigrants. Does anybody really think that the ancestors of George Washington came here legally? Seriously. This is an existential moment for this country. ICE murdered Renee Nicole Green and Alex Preddy in broad daylight, and the government, in true Orwellian fashion, is telling us to not believe the evidence of our eyes, even though it's on film from multiple angles. ICE and the Vice President are falsely asserting that they have the legal authority to enter into people's homes without a warrant, violating one of our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom to be free from unlawful searches and seizures, the Fourth Amendment. ICE agents a few weeks ago detained and used Liam Conejo Ramos as bait to get his father. They shipped him to Texas and held them in horrific conditions. This year alone, at least 6 people have died in ICE custody. Now there's a measles outbreak tearing through a detention facility in Texas. Senator Ossoff released a report a few months back documenting horrific incidents of abuse by ICE agents in detention centers. One of those reports tells a story of a pregnant woman who was bleeding and seeking medical care who had a miscarriage. Others report sexual misconduct against children. In 1882, the Chinese Exclusion Act barred the entry of Chinese people based on race. In 1892, the Geary Act required Chinese residents to carry registration papers or face imprisonment or deportation. In 1924, the Johnson-Reed Act sought to preserve American homogeny. Every wave of immigrants, Irish, Italian, Germans, Jews, Chinese, have been met with backlash. Every generation was told the newcomers were dangerous, disloyal, and criminal. Mark Twain said that history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. We are hearing the rhymes that led to the Chinese Exclusion Act in the words of our president, who has linked crime and migration by saying, I believe that it is in their genes. And we got a lot of bad genes in the country right now. That is a direct quote from the President of the United States. This brutality against immigrants is not about crime or public safety. We have a criminal justice system in this country to address crime. A 2024 report from the United States Department of Justice, Institute of Justice, based on 7 years of crime data from the state of Texas, found that undocumented immigrants are arrested for crimes at significantly lower rates than US-born citizens. For violent crimes, their crime rate is less than half the rate across every major category examining, including homicide, assault, robbery, drug offenses. Undocumented immigrants consistently had the lowest crime rates against groups studied. Immigration and crime are not linked, and spreading this lie spreads hatred against a group of people who came here for the same reason that all of our ancestors did, to seek a better life. The color of your skin, the language you speak are not proxies for wrongdoing, but the United States Supreme Court a few months back tacitly said that skin color and accents could constitute probable cause under the Fourth Amendment. They have told ICE that they can stop people based on their race. We live in a police state. The federal government has a surveillance machine so vast, so invasive, so unaccountable that it would have been unimaginable, not only 20 years ago, but especially to the founding fathers of this country. ICE can now synthesize a vast array of data to determine its targets. They're partnering with companies like Palantir and Paragon to hack into our phones and access our photos and texts and location. They're tracking and they're taking the position that they don't need to respect the Fourth Amendment if they purchase this data. How are any of us okay with that? That is breaking down what I believe to be our two most important rights. The rights that make us free, freedom of speech, and the right to be free from unlawful, unreasonable searches and seizures. This is Orwellian, and every lover of civil liberties should be screaming from the rooftops that this is unacceptable and doing everything in their power to stop it. ICE did not exist until 2003. We have never needed a police force solely dedicated to hunting down our neighbors and removing them from a land that most of us immigrated to in the first place. They are the modern day equivalent of slave catchers enforcing the Fugitive Slave Act, sent to hunt down people who fled to find freedom or a better life. And this isn't new, by the way. The abusive practices of ICE were prevalent, well-known, and shameful when Barack Obama and Joe Biden were president, too. Both parties are responsible for this. Both parties are responsible for this, and I will take that stand every day of the week. I want to close where I started, by taking a moment to appreciate that the best thing about this country is that we are a nation of immigrants. President Johnson reminded us when he signed a sweeping immigration reform law that sought to end race-based quotas that our beautiful America was built by a nation of strangers. From 100 different places or more, they have poured forth onto an empty land, joining and blending into one mighty, irresistible tide. This country has flourished because it was fed from so many sources, because it was nourished by so many cultures, traditions, and people. This is who we are, and this moment demands leaders with the courage to stand beside our neighbors who are under siege, to stand for what is right, and to stand for this beautiful nation of strangers without waiting for poll-tested talking points. This is bigger than politics.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the colleague that spoke before me referencing the Constitution. The preamble of our Constitution states very clearly that we were not perfect and we were striving to form a more perfect union, and that's something that continues to this day. Our founders also warned us about factions and the dangers that come from strife between factions. I spent 23 years in uniform, traveled quite a bit around this globe. I've served in Macedonia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Iraq. I have seen what happens when the people of a nation turn against each other. It is sad, it is dangerous. It is the reason why many of the people in this chamber that have emigrated to the US left their home countries and came here. They were fleeing the danger of factions, of people that could not speak to one another, that operated outside of rooms like this where decorum is enforced. The streets of this nation has nobody enforcing decorum, and we should not be inflaming passions. So, Madam Speaker and colleagues, good morning. This should be a good morning. I have risen to oppose the resolution, and I do so with a very heavy heart. And that's because it falls short of a document that could have been produced. That being said, I fully admit I do agree with much of what the resolution seeks to address. I agree that immigration is complex. I agree that families matter. I agree that transparency in government matters. I agree that fear, whether it's real or perceived, can damage trust, community cohesion, and public safety. They're legitimate concerns that were raised. They deserve serious, careful, and deliberate attention. But I can't support the resolution as it's come from the Senate and as it sits here unamended before us, because of the way it attempts to address these concerns is not designed to calm tensions, it's designed to inflame them. We've heard what can only be called inflammatory rhetoric here today, and that saddens me. That distinction between something designed to calm and something designed to inflame matters a lot. And in this moment, I ask that we set aside politics. This isn't a math problem in this room where the simple answer is going to be that 43 beats 22. This is a time where 65 ought to be the solution. Words spoken from this chamber don't exist in a vacuum. They are amplified, they are repeated, they are weaponized. And when we use language that paints enforcement broadly as faceless, predatory, or intentionally malicious, we're not reducing fear, we're pouring gasoline on it. I am sincerely and deeply concerned that the language in this resolution will lead to real-world harm here in Colorado. This isn't theoretical harm, it's not political harm, it's not anything other than real physical harm, serious injury, and potential death. We have seen this in other states and other cities in our nation. If these issues amplify here in Colorado, we should not be the ones that push the button that turn that to violence. And this isn't hyperbole. This is the foreseeable consequence of rhetoric that frames certain actors as inherently dangerous while tensions are already high. When emotions are elevated and trust is eroded, people make split-second decisions that can never be undone. We saw that in Minneapolis. There were several people making split-second decisions. Some took lives, some lost their lives. Those are being investigated, and they should be. But the outcomes of this can be inexcusable, and we will find out what the outcome truly is once there is time to investigate. Not just public opinion, not just deeply held personal beliefs because we saw videos. I want to acknowledge something important and say this with respect. Many of my colleagues come to this issue with lived experiences that I do not have. Those experiences shaped how you see risk, how you see authority, how you seek justice, and I do honor that. And at the same time, I also recognize that my own way of thinking, my instincts, my caution, my focus on unintended consequences may feel just as foreign to you. This is the reality of a diverse body. We've praised diversity here just today. And it's not a weakness, it is a strength. But it's only a strength if we're willing to work together with one another and listen to what each has to say. What we can't do and what we must not do is allow our sense of moral certainty or our deep emotional response to override the responsibility to protect the people we serve. In this moment, we are not here to drop matches in a pool of gasoline. We're not here in this moment really to represent. In this moment, we're here to present a model of restraint and firm resolve to the people that we serve throughout this great state. I learned long ago in public service, I made a mistake. I made a decision that made me feel really good. It actually felt too good, and in the end, I realized that it was a decision that had not been made for the right reason. This resolution may make many in this body feel good. It may feel righteous, it may feel validating, but feeling good is not the same as doing good. And when the stakes involve public safety and the lives of our citizens, when the consequences involve real people in our communities, we have a higher obligation. And it's a higher obligation than just affirming what we hear in the streets. We have an obligation to restraint, to clarity, and to care. We can demand transparency without demonization. We can advocate for reform without escalating fear. And we can stand up for civil rights without creating conditions that put Coloradans at risk. This resolution does not strike that balance. For that reason, and with respect for my colleagues and concern for the people of this state, I oppose the resolution and honestly grieve for what it might have been, not because the concerns are illegitimate, but because this is the wrong response to the dangers that the people we serve face. This could have been this chamber's finest hour. We could have started this year together with something we all agreed to, something that served our citizens. However, I fear that once the votes are taken, we have fallen very short of what might have been today. So with that, I thank you, and I do urge a no vote on this resolution.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
I rise in response, Representative. There is nothing here that feels righteous. There is nothing here that feels good. This is quite possibly the most upsetting moment that I will experience in my lifetime for the history of this country. I have had probably 40 plus hours of conversations with police executives, dealing with law enforcement officers who have to go and put on a badge in this state and protect their citizens. And they're now confronted with having to do that in the space of no agreement from their federal government and their federal partners, and having concerns for how our peace officers in this state have a duty to intervene if there's an inappropriate use of force. In this state, we take people's police commissions away if they fail to do that without passing go, without collecting $200. That is an automatic thing that we do here. And it puts everybody in an odd situation where if we have to tend to what we have seen on television happening in other states, our local police officers actually have to become a barrier between the citizens and the other agencies that come here to serve. And I'm not going to denigrate federal law enforcement today. I'm not going to talk bad about police officers, but I'm assuring you there's nothing here that feels good or righteous. Your comment that this resolution will bring suffering and pain in the state of Colorado, I fully expect everybody in this room locks arm in arm and says, not here, not this way, This is not who we are. This is not who we are as a country. This is not the way we do things. Having enforcement actions taken against people with no due process whatsoever, without the basic legal protections that are provided to all people in this country by the Constitution. Every day for 12 years, in the morning in a classroom, I covered my heart and ended the pledge with liberty and justice for all. And that includes Representative Barron, who became a U.S. citizen in 2010. That includes my neighbors that I grew up with. That includes the Venezuelans that showed up 6 months ago, and when they landed on this soil, we protect them with our rights. And that is not a question. And we don't use the enforcement of the federal government in this way. There is nothing to do here but say, no more. I appreciate your comments. I hope that you understand mine.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And while we vehemently agree on multiple issues, it is actually a small privilege to serve with you.
Appreciate that. It is a privilege of the equal measure to serve with you.
I don't know if that was a short joke. I've served with you all for 3 years. We're on our 4th. And we've all had the honor and privilege to be able to share our stories every bloody year with each other, every single time. So now that you've shared it with me, I will share it once again with you. I'm an immigrant. My family, Poland, escaped, went to Russia, and fought on horseback against the Nazis. My grandmother wasn't so lucky. In Auschwitz. Her brother thrown into an oven. No, please, do me a favor. I love you guys to death. Don't worry about the standing thing. I'm good. I appreciate you. I know you have respect for this. You're fine. It troubles me with such a basic background, being from South Africa, living in Israel, and coming to the United States, fighting, I think, don't quote me on this number, especially the press, 17 years plus to become a citizen in the United States. Not only that, but having my parents having to wait for me to become a citizen, for them who brought me here legally when my dad worked his tail off selling mufflers, tips, and exhausts in California as a salesman in a car, busting his hump to make sure I went to the best schools, my brother was still good, and having food on the table at the end of the day. And I hear this sort of rhetoric, and I'm giving you a backstory to what I want to get eventually to a point. This country has literally afforded me every single luxury that I can stand before you today to have. Literally. I am a byproduct of the United States of America. From meeting my wife with $50 in my pocket, with no job because I couldn't work because I didn't have a green card, to now standing before you as the representative for House District 51. The story of a Jew that was liberated back in 1945 from death camps to ending up to be born in South Africa by coincidence and ending up before you today. My colleague initially brought, two of my colleagues brought amendments that I think were very reasonable for you to work with us, regardless of how many of us here between you and us, no partisanship and Democrats and Republicans, but you wanted to bring a resolution. To me, this whole thing seems like a big waste of time. We're not doing the people's work right now. 99% of Colorado doesn't even care about what we're saying in this well because they're sick and tired of the partisan politics. We should be fixing roads. We should be making sure that people have the opportunity to have affordability and a life of luxury in this state. That's literally our job. And on top of that, which is why we were created, which is to balance the budget. Immigration, customs, and enforcement. It's a department that has been through the years, and Representative Mabry, I don't know where you're from, Denver. You had some good things to say about it. I get it, but there was Border Patrol before immigration, customs, and enforcement. And the job and duty, when we swear an oath, every 2 years that we come back into this building, should almost circle around protecting and defending those who swear an oath, which is our law enforcement. The men and women that are out there with bulletproof vests, risking their lives every single day to literally defend you and me, and the byproduct of that is our constituents. We should be lifting them up and praising them. And I don't see that here today. I love our first responders. And immigration, customs, and enforcement are, whether you like it or not, our first responders on the front line defending our livelihoods, our children, our grandparents, our constituents, and you and I. I rise today in proud support, in proud defense. Whether I wear a black and gold badge on my lapel or not, I will always, always stand shoulder to shoulder with our agents that put up their hands, swear an oath, and do the jobs that none of us decided to take apart. And I believe it is our sworn duty to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Not only today, but forevermore. Just because an agency has changed the name doesn't mean it is irrelevant. George Washington and everybody else that came over did not violate any laws. They traveled for a new world and a new age. There is a very different story when you talk about immigration and emigration. I would suggest that we start this session off very simply by listening to each other and adopting each other's opinions and ideas, and that comes with compromise. We have to compromise in this room. I understand very, very well that you're the majority, but we can compromise. And it is in everybody's interest that we compromise. If we're willing to, then so should you. Thank you for hearing me out.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in support of this resolution. It's one that calls us to bring humanity, transparency, and constitutional accountability back into our immigration system. Immigrant Coloradans contribute billions of dollars annually to Colorado's economy and are deeply embedded in the civic, social, and cultural life of our state. But this resolution makes something equally clear. Economic contribution is not the price of belonging. Dignity, due process, and equal protection are rights, not rewards. Across Colorado and across this country, immigrant communities are being racially profiled and deliberately targeted by a federal administration that has chosen fear and force over law and humanity. Enforcement actions are being carried out without transparency or accountability through masked agents, unmarked vehicles, and intimidation tactics that mirror policing practices our communities of color have long endured. This is not about public safety. It's about power exercised without restraint, and it's a direct threat to due process, equal protection, and the constitutional rights of everyone. When people are afraid to send their children to school, seek medical care, worship freely, or participate in civic life, our communities are less safe, not more. In addition to Megan Good and Alex Preddy, we cannot ignore what's happening inside immigration detention facilities. The lives lost due to inhumane conditions and lack of access to adequate health care, deaths that were preventable, prolonged detention, medical neglect, and the use of extreme isolation are not enforcement tools. They are human rights failures. No system that claims to uphold the rule of law can tolerate conditions that degrade human life or deny basic care. As we observe Black History Month, it is essential that we name and honor the experiences of Black immigrants, individuals and families from Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, and beyond, who live at the intersection of anti-Black racism and broken immigration systems. Black immigrants are routinely excluded from decision-making spaces while being overexposed to surveillance, detention, and the use of force. Their histories, their resilience, and their contributions are part of Black history, American history, and Colorado's story. This resolution is about standing up and speaking out against racism, against oppression, against injustice, and against enforcement practices that violate constitutional principles. The Constitution does not disappear at the border, and accountability must apply to everyone, including federal agents operating in our communities. Colorado has chosen a different path, one rooted in transparency, civil rights, and the belief that community safety is strengthened when people can live without fear. This vote is about whether we will defend the Constitution, reject racism and intimidation, and affirm that dignity and due process belong to every person who calls Colorado home. Vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Good morning, everyone. I rise in support of this resolution. And I want to start by thanking the organizations and the organizers who are out in community every day, the volunteers of the Rapid Response Network, observers, and all the peaceful protesters who are out there somewhere every day decrying the illegal actions of ICE. I want to share a little bit about where this resolution even came from. For the last 7 months, a few of us have been working with an incredible group of organizations who have been leading the fight for immigrant rights, for fairness, for equality, for equity. Organizers who are out in our communities every day working with immigrant families, achieving incredible feats and reconnecting families who have been torn apart by ICE. We've been working with faith leaders and community members. We have been grappling with how we as a state can respond to the constitutional violations, the violence, the harm, the illegal actions of ICE. We knew we could not tell ICE how to operate. And while we wish we could tell ICE that they can't violate our constitutional rights, that they can't racially profile, that they must operate transparently without masks, with badges displayed, we simply can't as a state. So the coalition here in Colorado that has been working for dignity and working diligently and passionately driving this effort to strengthen Colorado laws to keep all Coloradans safe, asked that we bring a resolution that clearly states that we do not tolerate authoritarian fascist actions in this state. This resolution is demanding that the federal government stop its rogue actions that only make our communities unsafe. So what makes ICE rogue and illegitimate? It's how they operate. Sure, yes, we already know, and most of us find extreme shame in President Obama and President Biden for the immigration deportations that they engaged in. The difference is that they did not trample on constitutional rights as is happening now. We are seeing immigrants being disappeared, even today. They were sent to El Salvador. They were sent to countries that have zero regard for human rights. What makes ICE completely illegitimate is that they are not following our laws as a state, as a country. They are violating the Constitution regularly. They are spraying toxic chemicals into the faces of journalists, into crowds with children and the elderly. ICE is dangerous. ICE is committing crimes. As of January 24th, from January 1st through the 24th, 9 people, not just 2, 9 people have died by ICE's hand or in detention. Luis Gustavo Núñez Cáceres, Gerardo Lunas Campos, Víctor Manuel Díaz, Pare Dila, Renee Nicole Good, Luis Beltrán Llanes Cruz, Aber Sánchez Domínguez, Keith Porter Jr., and Alex Preddy. We all swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of Colorado. When we turn a blind eye to the blatant violations of the Constitution from a federal agency, we are violating our oaths of office. And I refuse to do that. The rep from Adams County reminded us of the painful truth that we cannot regulate federal agency. Thank you. But we sure can raise our voices, and we can show with our votes that we are doing everything we can to protect the people in this state, to protect every Coloradan. This resolution is about decrying illegal actions. We all agree, well, I assume many of us agree in this room, as we've heard from members of the other side of the aisle. We know that the immigration system is broken and it needs serious attention from the federal government. And until that happens, we have an obligation in this state to protect Coloradans from being killed, from being kidnapped, from being harmed. I ask that you stand with your oaths in office, your oath to the Constitution, with the community organizations that brought this resolution forward, and vote yes.
Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't have remarks prepared as well as some of my colleagues earlier today, but I've thought about this issue a lot over a long time. Many of you know that immediately before coming into this position, I was serving in the military on active duty. What you don't know is that the branch where I was serving in had a lot of responsibility for the efforts to coordinate defense support to civil authorities. We've heard the term masked vigilante many times from this well. As an individual who, a number of years ago, spent time in a foreign country assisting other freedom fighters to make sure that their government and their families and the people that they were fighting for, that they were protected, that their identification was protected by helping them have masks so that people wouldn't know who they were and come and find them and find their children and find their wives and murder them, because it absolutely would have happened. And that was in a country far less regulated than this. It was a country that I found myself in immigration. It was in Somalia. Now, I don't know what the conditions are like. We've heard people talk about these horrible conditions that people are living in these detention facilities. Earlier last year, this time last year, was around planning efforts to help to make sure that those facilities were good and were places that weren't horrible and things like that. I guarantee they are significantly better than facilities in other countries. I guarantee that I know firsthand that great lengths were went to make sure that people, all people, who found themselves in those locations had the dignity and respect, the facilities that they needed, the humane treatment, all of the right things. I know that painstaking lengths were went to make sure that those things happened. I personally know those painstaking lengths were gone to. Now, if I stood up here and I told you as a public figure that I had been the person that had written orders for military to go and to assist the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement in those operations, it could very possibly be something that I should fear for myself and for my family's safety. Very easily. People would know who I was. It's not hard to find me. That's scary. So I support those law enforcement officers, those federal law enforcement officers that have nothing but the best intent to make sure that we as Americans are protected from those who would do us ill. Now, I want to shift and I want to speak to the topic of just being an immigrant. My last name is Slaugh, S-L-A-U-G-H. It's not spelled correctly. When my great-great-grandfather got off of the boat, and there's a couple more greats in there, I won't do the count real quick, but when he got off of the boat and he came through immigration, and the Englishman behind the counter heard Johann Schlag say his name, he's like, well, I don't know how to spell that. I think it's S-L-A-U-G-H. It wasn't. It was S-C-H-L-A-G. When my biological fathers, however many great-grandfather, did the same and came through immigration and said his last name was Fulmer, V-O-L-M-A-R. That's not how it was spelled. His last name is now Fulmer, F-U-L-L-M-E-R. When my wife's grandfather immigrated, and his name was Leidsman, L-E-I-J-S-D, the Dutch is hard, but it's got an I and a J. It's not L-E-Y-D-S-M-A-N, but that's how it was spelled. All of us, and we all know, this is absolutely a nation of immigrants, absolutely. Everybody came here for a better life. With great respect to our indigenous folks, I would even wonder if not their furthest back ancestors also did not immigrate for a better life for their families. I would presume that they did. I don't know that anybody, I certainly did not sprout from the ground here in the United States of America. All of us immigrated, and all of us care about immigrants. We absolutely do. I have many good friends that I grew up with who are immigrants. I presume they were all legal immigrants. I think that's what's important. You know, I've been to a lot of countries in this world. Today, ironically, is the first day in a long time that I've worn a tie that wasn't bought in another country. I've seen a lot of people that live in a lot of places. I've recognized the blessings that we have by being citizens of the United States of America. We absolutely are. And absolutely, many people from many countries, they want to come here. As great as many of those other countries that I've been to are, they would come here if they could, most all of those people. But I think they recognize that they have to do it the right way. The first time that I went to Germany with a status of forces agreement, a SOFA agreement in place as a Department of Defense employee, we got ready to leave, and we found out that our SOFA agreement, our SOFA cards, our little like visa essentially, had expired several days before we were getting on that plane. I'll tell you what, the German immigration officer, he saw it as a much more serious issue than I did. I thought, well, we're getting on a plane, we're gonna leave. That's what they want. They don't, like, this says I can't be, even though we had been in close cooperation as an intergovernmental employee. They absolutely did not see it that way. I think that we absolutely have to respect the rule of law. And I would say if we were up here speaking very specifically and well to Coloradans navigating complex U.S. immigration systems, and we were looking for true immigration reform, I don't think anybody would oppose true, good immigration reform. I think where you will meet opposition and why I will be a no vote is because this isn't about true immigration reform. This is about a message and about speaking to a personality that many of us don't like. Work towards true reform, no problems with that. Speak towards personalities and the mistakes and the efforts that good people are making to try to uphold our Constitution and provide due process for people. And due process includes helping people leave when they shouldn't be here. That I can't support, and I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Wynn.
Madam Speaker, it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Friends and colleagues, I did not imagine my first speech at the Well to be on this topic. For some of you, this might be the first time you've heard from me. I'm the newest state representative here for the Capitol for House District 33. And I'm the son of Vietnamese refugees. My father escaped on a boat with 18 children, or 18 adults and 2 babies. He escaped after the fall of Saigon. They spent nearly 2 days before they arrived in Hong Kong. And it took them nearly a year spending at the Golden Jubilee refugee camp to be processed. And he was sponsored by the Boulder Lutheran Church because they believed in him, that he could be an American, a citizen. My mother's grandfather, or my mother's father, my grandfather, his tragedy, his story is humiliation, of pain. He fought for the South Vietnamese military. He fought as a special forces captain for the Vietnamese Rangers. He did not escape Vietnam. He was captured as a prisoner of war, and he was in a re-education camp for 20 years. It wasn't until when President Bill Clinton became president and reopened relations with Vietnam that he was able to come here with my mother. And no one chooses to be a refugee. I'm the son of immigrants. I was born here in Colorado, in Boulder, and my family, we're all law-abiding citizens. 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of our nation. It also marks Colorado's 150th anniversary as well. And we are facing adversity, political hostility, and historical pain in our community. Colorado witnessed anti-Chinese riots and lynchings in the 1800s. Chinese people were murdered miles away from here. Colorado was home to an internment camp during World War II, where Americans, Japanese Americans, were imprisoned at Camp Amachi. I have family in Minnesota. My fiance is from Minnesota. We were there during the holidays for Christmas. My sister-in-law works at an elementary school in Minnesota. And because of the detention of the 5-year-old Liam Conju Ramos, they have policies and guidelines in place now at this elementary school in an event of ICE agents coming in. This is an impossible job for educators. A job that educators should never have to do, which is to protect children from their own government. ICE unlawfully, unconstitutionally murdered Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Minnesota is my second home. And both Alex Preddy and Renee Good had connections to Colorado. Alex Preddy's parents live in Colorado. But alongside Alex and Renee's stories, we should not forget the other individuals who've been killed or been killed by ICE or died in ICE custody in January alone. And I apologize, my pronunciation is not as well as Representative Garcia, but Keith Porter, Purdy La, Herbert Sanchez Dominiquez, Victor Manuel Diaz, Luis Beltran Munoz Cruz, Luis Gustavo Nunes Caceres, and Geraldo Lunes Campos. In addition to all the families who've seen their family members being deported or separated in the last year alone, immigrant and refugee families, we live in fear. We're traumatized by the injustice, by the cruelty, and that is not America. Or maybe that is America because of the injustices we've seen. The civil rights movement was not even 2 lifetimes ago. So at the end of the day, we need to stop the killing. We need to stop the murders, and we need to hold those accountable to the court of law. Immigrants are hardworking people. My parents are hard workers. And we are a nation of immigrants. And this is not what our values stand for. So this is not the way, and I ask you right now to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you very much.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was said in this well that, and I quote, people are not illegal, their actions are. I can agree with that. Their actions. Breaking into a country, sneaking into a country, evading the right way of coming into a country is an action. It's an illegal action. And that is what our ICE agents understand. That's what most Americans understand. We don't choose which laws to follow. ICE agents don't choose which laws they must follow. They follow all laws. All of us should understand that. As we swear an oath to the Constitution on day one when we're here. It's nice that you can list the people who ICE agents, have you feel have illegally killed or in my view, have unfortunately had to do and make a tough decision. The difference is the thousands of Americans who have been killed at the hands of illegals in this country are too long to list. That list is far too long to name every single person. For some reason, that gets forgotten, but not by me. These are murders of innocent Americans by illegals who never should have been here to begin with. Had they not been here, those individuals would have been able to go home to their families. They would have been able to live their lives. Children would have been able to grow up. Now they no longer can. And it wasn't by the hands of ICE agents. It was by the hands of the criminal murderers that the ICE agents are actually trying to apprehend and remove from our country so you and I can live safely in our homes, in our communities. Our children can go to school safely. They can walk along the sidewalks safely. That is their main objective, and they are achieving that today. We raise our voices in this well. A raised voice doesn't mean that you're more right. It's just a raised voice. It actually does just the opposite. I believe I may be actually one of, maybe the only individual in here working today that actually worked with ICE directly and Border Patrol in protection. There may be one or two that I don't know of. For those, I apologize. I worked with them for years. I saw the hard work and serious research they do before they act. They take their job very seriously. They don't want to be in harm's way. They don't want to put their lives in danger, not to go home to their own families. They don't target anyone. They target a bad guy. There's no race. There's no religion. They don't target individuals other than for the acts that the individuals have done. Those are the bad guys. Bad actions equal bad results. No matter what lies you hear from the media, clickbait, meant to cause confusion and spread misinformation, our Department of War, Department of Homeland Security, agencies are American heroes. The individuals who work for them every single day selflessly, they don't have to do that job. They don't have to put their lives in that kind of stress. They choose to because they care about this country. They care about every individual that lives in this country. Legal immigration matters. Legal immigration is for all colors, not just black or brown. I happen to be the daughter of a legal immigrant from Germany. I am the 6-time granddaughter of a founding father who was here legally, and a member of Congress who forged this country in the beliefs that this was a country of law, laws that we must follow. It's in my blood to be a proud American. My mother, bless her heart and her soul, would be ashamed of this resolution and the words spoken behind it. It's a partisan resolution. This resolution is wrong and literally insults, in my opinion, legal immigrants in America, those like my mother, and I don't take that lightly. I am asking today for a no vote on this very, very partisan resolution. It was not written with any of us Republicans in mind. It was not written with any of our input. We tried to work together, and that was denied. I ask for a no vote. Thank you very much from this proud American.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I did want to ask everyone to vote yes on this resolution, but I also wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made and to give you some facts that undocumented people are more likely to be victims of a crime. And we know that ICE is not arresting criminals. They are arresting babies, the elderly. And also, at the Colorado Springs nightclub on April 27th, a man identified in court filings as a 32-year-old who was here to pick up a friend who had been drinking. He heard a loud boom and glass breaking, and the club began to fill with smoke and tear gas. He ran outside to find officers pointing guns and yelling at people. He said an officer shoved him to the ground, causing a severe cut on his hand, put zip ties on him, and loaded him onto a bus with dozens of other people headed to the detention center. And this person had been living in Colorado Springs for 10 years, owned a remodeling business, and he lived with his fiancée and their 10-year-old son. And both of them are US citizens. We know that the actions of ICE are eroding public trust and public safety. But I wanted to talk to y'all about what's happening in our rural communities. A lot of the stories that we don't see in the major publications and that many of us know firsthand. At the end of September, we saw a lot of ICE activity in our rural communities. 5 people were detained on their way to work at a construction site. Another person was arrested near the Dillon Valley East Apartments. ICE detained someone's father in Dillon. They took a young community member from Parachute near his house. They separated families in Durango. Immigrants are essential for our community and our economy, and these actions have devastating impacts that dehumanize and target our neighbors who have long called the Western Slope home. By conducting operations near schools, ICE has caused decreased attendance and even more fear among our students, their families, and teachers. We believe they have violated Colorado state laws and decreased public safety by targeting people near and around courts who are participating in the judicial system and could be victims or witnesses to crime. They have misrepresented their authority by knocking on doors in New Castle, claiming to be doing welfare checks on unaccompanied children and all across our Roaring Fork Valley. They have targeted and detained people at work sites and even at our local grocery stores. This has created a system that forces hardworking families to choose between survival and safety. And people are left to decide whether to risk coming home or to keep food on the table. Students are afraid to go to school because they don't know if their parents will be home when they come back. In doing so, ICE undermines both workers' rights and community safety for all. We support our immigrant communities and want our constituents to know that we are closely monitoring all of these actions. And just last week, ICE carried out a series of fake traffic stops and detained multiple community members. And ICE agents left an Ace of Spades card in abandoned cars. These Ace of Spades cards are widely known as a death card. And it was common during the Vietnam War for US soldiers to use these cards as a form of psychological intimidation and to leave them on the bodies of Vietnamese soldiers they killed. These cards have also been used as a racial symbol to discriminate. This new tactic is disgusting and reprehensible, and we condemn this behavior. We also saw community members that were detained from a worksite in Snowmass. A community member from the mountains, Delvin Francisco Rodriguez, died in the detention center. And I know that Colorado will continue to stand up to protect everyone in our communities, no matter their immigration status. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, for me, this is a sad day. But I feel like I owe an explanation to the people of my district, to the people of my community, my reasons for why I will be voting the way I vote. Many of you know that I am the son of immigrants that came here from Mexico, came here with nothing but the clothes on their back, made sacrifices for 3 kids. And later on in life, my mom raised on her own 3 kids, and for years suffered domestic violence. I am the first in my family to graduate from high school, from college, and to face multiple adversities that, while they may have been challenging, they made me who I am today. I also want to put on the record some of the things that were said in this well, because like my colleague from Denver, I too have faced discrimination because of the way I think. I have been called weed cracker, coconut, sellout, a self-hating Latino, not Mexican enough, and some of us have been called fake Mexicans because of the letter next to our name. Diversity is our strength. And I love what was said here earlier, that we are not a melting pot, but we are a salad bowl. People in all communities, we are not monolithic. When you label us in a basket of everybody, that drives down the narrative of what we're accomplishing to do. I do not have hate or contempt in my heart. I do not see myself as a victim. But I also know that I also grew up with people who are here unlawfully, undocumented, people that I went to school with, people that I know, who are here, who are concerned, who are confused, who are scared. And I owe it to them to hear them out, because I'm here to listen, to understand. I'm not here just to respond. I truly want to believe why and understand why you guys think the way you do, just the way I go back to my district to understand why they think the way they do. And I like to get issues and perspectives from all sides to have a better understanding of different cultures and backgrounds and diversities and languages and tongues and religions, because that is what makes us who we are as Americans. We are not all one, we are all individuals, and I celebrate individuality. Regarding this resolution, I just want to say I've been to DC, specifically to advocate for immigration reform. In light supporting the Dignity Act, which has yet to actually be introduced in committee, but I'm taking action for my district and for my constituents. Because while this is not a state issue, I know this is something that is really, really close, hits close to home for many of us here in this room, and for those outside in this room and outside of this building. And I owe it to them, to my constituents, to listen, to understand, not to respond. The job we have as legislators, my fellow colleagues, this job is a burden. We must bow under the weight of the responsibility and the crushing duties of this role. We must not run from it. And with it, we must understand that we represent people in our own districts that will never agree with us, never support us, and never vote for us. Some of you may be in safe seats. Most of you are. But it is our job to understand the people in our districts, our constituents, who at least want us to hear them out. And that is what I'm doing today, and what I've been doing for a long time. I stand for the rule of law, bless you, due process, and believe in a fair and humane immigration system. I do. Unfortunately, that falls on deaf ears for some people in the federal level, but we must actually have a call to action. While these resolutions can send out messages, we must be part of the change that we wish to see. And we can all advocate with our congressional Colorado delegation to put forward meaningful immigration reform. To my district, I say this: yo los veo, yo los entiendo. Yo estoy aquí para representarlos a todos en mi distrito. Y lamento que el nivel federal ha fallado a producir reforma inmigratoria por más de 40 años. Lamento, yo lo sé, pero yo estoy aquí para representarlos a todos ustedes que me mandaron aquí para hacer un trabajo. My constituents sent me here to do a job, and that is to work for affordability, to lower the cost of living, to crack down on crime, and to truly bridge the divide, because people back home are tired of the bickering, of the fighting, of the name calling that I have heard from this well, we must do better. Because that is what our constituents want us to do. And while I understand your guys' reason behind this resolution, it does little but polarize and continue to divide people from opposite issues of the spectrum. I can't be a part of that. And colleagues, for those reasons, and for many others, I took an oath to defend the Colorado and US constitutions. I believe in due process. But for all these reasons, I will be a no vote on this resolution.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I want to thank my colleague from Weld County. I was sitting here with a prepared statement, and I think some of the things that you have said really struck with me, because I think in a moment of bipartisanship, we have a lot of shared experiences in this realm of not being considered enough, of being called a coconut or a white passing Latino because you do not fit the mold that someone else has for you. I think we can all agree on that. I think we can all agree, too, that people fundamentally deserve dignity. So as we are careful with our language, I also take issue with the term illegal. No person is illegal. The people for this resolution are my neighbors, are my friends, my kids' friends, people who help us in restaurants and in the community, and who deserve our respect. Because no person is illegal. They deserve the dignity of being recognized as a person. So I would hope that all of my colleagues can join me in making sure that as we move forward, we are sensitive to that fact, that we are talking about people, not illegal people, but people who deserve our respect. Colleagues, I stand with constituents across this state who have taken to voicing their strong opposition to the current immigration enforcement efforts. They are pleading for change from our legislature to step up during this moment and not just hold the line, but lead change. We are a nation of laws, laws that arise from the will of the people and must apply to everyone without bias or exception. They are the foundation of our republic, providing the checks and balances that govern how power is exercised and defining the relationship between the government and the public it serves. These laws exist to prevent any one person or agency from wielding unchecked power when enforcement turns to unchecked violence or ignores established protocols. We begin to erode this principle, undermining public trust and destabilizing our communities. What we are seeing in Minnesota and across this country has been a challenge to this framework, that we are a nation of laws. And as elected leaders, it is upon us to rise to the moment and return to the fundamental principles of our republic. Countless times a day, I think about what these current events could mean for my children. Now that they only live, not only that they live in a reality that school shootings are all too common, but armed masked agents in tactical gear snatch children, teachers, and parents from schools. I fear what could happen if one of these federal agencies to Latino and Asian Pacific Islander children and think they don't belong here and snatch them up. And I worry that if that were to happen and people tried to help, like Alex Preddy, they could be wounded or killed. Right now, my fears are reality for so many people. Colorado has long been a trailblazer, the first state to give women the right to vote by popular referendum, one of the first states to ban employment discrimination based on race, religion, or ancestry. The list goes on. But now we will add to it. We will lead the way in reeling in the expanding, or will lead the way in expanding protections for our most vulnerable neighbors, who are people, who deserve our respect and dignity. But most importantly, we continue to come together to support each other and make it clear that the events we are seeing in our community and other states are unacceptable. Our neighbors, community, and civil rights are always worth standing for, and I urge a yes vote on this resolution.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Well, colleagues, thank you for indulging me. If it had been 3 to 5 minutes on a 30-minute resolution, I would have felt that was excessive, but 3 to 5 minutes on a 2.5-hour one, I feel that that's not that painful to you all. So I come from a district where immigration issues historically have not been a huge issue. When I ran in 22, the word DACA never came up once. All the phone calls I made, all the emails, all the talks, and that surprised a lot of my other constituents or colleagues that came from districts where immigration issues are front and center every day. But I have gotten scores of emails and contacts from constituents concerned about the rule of law issues involved with what is going on in Minnesota and with ICE. And I'm often trapped between the groups that are deport them all no matter what the consequences are and what we do to our society, versus those who say, oh, there's no difference from anyone who comes across the border and the first day, get government housing, government benefits, get a driver's license. I think both those extremes are not correct. We had a 3-term Democratic governor who had a lot of pithy statements, but one of them that always stayed with me was, you have to be very careful and not let the beauty of the snowflake blind you to the danger of the avalanche. So I have taken the base position with my caucus and with the rest of the body. The federal immigration law is the federal government's responsibility, and what that means is we do not have to cooperate as a sovereign state with anything the federal government does for immigration. We have the 10th Amendment, we have the anti-commandeering doctrine. We are not an arm of the federal government. That is their responsibility. So anything that deals with non-cooperation, I am totally on board with. I'm not on board with active interference because, again, that is the lawful role of the federal government. But we are at a point now where the federal government is violating rule of law. And so I agree with my colleague from Elbert County. There are actually a few things in this resolution I disagree with, but with all resolutions and with all bills we look at, they're rarely 100%. Most stuff is gray, but we have to make a binary decision, yes or no, or we can try and scam out and hide. But most people give a yes or a no. So it's a yes or a no question, and I am an emphatic yes. This last weekend, I went up to Minneapolis to attend the vigils for Renee Good and Mr. Petrie. And I was able to liaison with a state senator that was up there that represents a suburban district. And she described what is going on in her suburban district, where ICE will send individuals into the neighborhoods to scout for about 2 days. Then they do and this is an ongoing pattern, 2 days of terrorizing in her district where they show up in big black Suburbans, 5 or 6 with 20 agents, park in public school parking lots, in shopping center parking lots, to do nothing but make a presence. We are here. Look at us with our guns, our weapons, our masks. And then on the 5th day, they come in and snatch people. The Renee Good Vigil, it was led by the American Indian Movement, AIM. Why would AIM be so concerned about these immigration issues? Well, the first speaker made it clear. He had lived in that neighborhood his entire life. His family had lived in that area before Minnesota was a state and before the United States was a country. He had never been in fear in his own home neighborhood his entire life. He was in fear now. ICE had picked up 3 homeless American Indians, Native Americans. They didn't have ID, but they were brown, and what the hell? Pick them up. Where are they? They don't know. Maybe they're in El Salvador. So we have serious issues, and this resolution at least makes an effort to highlight them. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Rutnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today with deep and personal conviction in support of this resolution, because protecting our communities is our political and moral responsibility. The actions we've seen from the Trump administration clearly aren't about safety or our nation's well-being. If masked agents are showing up at hospitals and schools to target women and children, clearly these efforts aren't about targeting violent criminals. If masked agents are showing up at courthouses during immigration hearings, it's clearly not about immigrants not doing things the right way. If the government is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to deploy these masked agents with poor training, it's clearly not about protecting taxpayer funds or our economy. And if elected leaders are okay with the extrajudicial killings of American citizens, it's not about upholding our Constitution. Our democracy, our rights, and our lives are under attack. And the people in power in Washington are choosing cruelty and control over accountability and care. We saw this in Minnesota, where masked, poorly trained federal agents took the lives of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. These weren't accidents. They were the predictable result of an administration concerned with cruelty instead of care, and using human lives as collateral. This resolution calls for federal agents to stop hiding behind masks and unmarked vehicles, and it calls for an end to enforcement at schools, churches, hospitals, and courthouses, because these places should not be surveillance zones of fear. No one in this chamber would accept masked agents grabbing our loved ones off the streets without warning, without badges, in unmarked vehicles, without cause. Why should any community in our state have to live like that? When children are too afraid to go to school, like we saw in Minnesota, where absences among Spanish-speaking students jumped 13% in just a handful of weeks, that's not okay. When workers are too terrified to report wage theft, or community members are too afraid to report a crime, that's not okay. That's not who we are. And Colorado will not be complicit in that. I was raised by a single immigrant mom. We were able to live out that American dream because we were given a chance. I saw as she witnessed discrimination time and time again because of her accent. And now masked federal agents are using that as a reason to stop people in the streets. That's not okay. In Colorado, we do not govern by fear. We will govern with purpose, with transparency, and with accountability, and with the courage to stand up to an administration that values cruelty over care. We will protect our communities, we will defend our neighbors, and we will not be complicit in this federal administration's campaign of fear. I urge you to vote yes on this resolution.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I live in Aurora, Colorado. I want to take just a brief moment to get down on a very micro level. I live one house in from a very busy intersection that happens to be the main thoroughfare for our neighborhood elementary school. I have a big picture window in my living room, and every morning I watch families walking to school. Same elementary school that my kids went to, and it was a school that had over 150 languages represented just in that one elementary school. As these families walk, little kids with their backpacks, I look at them, they have mismatched socks just like my kids did, trying to get all 4 kids out of the house. I will admit I do not understand every language that is spoken walking up and down my street, but I do recognize the universal language of parenting as kids are running up a sidewalk, or I imagine they're yelling, "Don't run into the street," or "Stop at that stoplight." And I recognize that they are living the same life as me. They get up in the morning, they make their kids food, they make sure they're dressed, hopefully as matched as possible, homework, backpack. They go to work, they're paying those bills, they're trying to make ends meet, they're trying to live the best life they can for themselves and their family. My kids have been raised in a neighborhood in a part of town that has some of the most immigrant population in the entire state, and they are absolutely better for it. My kids have become best friends with immigrant children, kids who come from immigrant families. They have dated and fallen in love with other young people whose families, some are documented, some are not, some are mixed status. They are the better for it. And we have learned through these experiences the plight of many of our neighbors. And I'm glad for those experiences, and then I get to bring that here and give a human face to some of these issues that we are discussing today. Every Saturday, you'll likely find me at the ARC thrift store. I go there, and again, bustling, full of people, many who speak different languages, some of which I don't know. They are buying clothes, they are buying pots and pans, they are buying dining tables for their new places, for their new homes, where they are going to sit their families around those tables and build their lives. I'm so proud to live in Aurora. I am so proud to represent Aurora. I will be an absolute proud yes on this resolution, and I encourage everybody to do the same. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a teacher of over 32 years from a very diverse school whose students and teachers are my heroes and inspire me every day, ICE's actions are chilling. Tear gas fired outside preschools in Minnesota, parents and children detained on their way to and from school, federal agents circling schools or parked near bus stops, parents keeping their children home as absences and learning loss mount. Aggressive immigration enforcement tactics are having a devastating impact on students' access to education, traumatizing students, sabotaging communities, and undermining the basic promise that schools are safe places to learn. Carrie Rodriguez of the National Parents Union, who visited Minnesota this week, remarked that you can see ICE circling around elementary schools, so they may not actually be physically in the building, but it's quite clear, and it's sending a strong message to parents and families that it's not safe to take your kids to school, she said. The Council of Great City Schools, which also represents urban superintendents, said immigration enforcement is being carried out in ways that destabilize entire communities and interfere with schools' ability to serve students. And they remarked that our nation has a responsibility to ensure that policies are carried out in a manner that upholds human rights and dignity, protects children, and preserves schools as places of safety, stability, and opportunity. I don't want this happening in Colorado. I urge an aye vote on SJR 26006.
Representative Carter. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
First of all, I just want to make sure people understand what a beautiful experience this is. We are a nation of immigrants. And if you are confused about that, look to your left and look to your right. We are a nation of immigrants that has for some reason decided we don't like immigrants. When I'll tell people this story. I started out at Fort Carson, and I found myself in New Mexico. And I went to school in New Mexico, and the reason I ended up in New Mexico, I tell people this all the time, is because I followed the wrong woman to the right place. And I found the right woman at that place, and we decided to come back here to Denver. It was a compromise. I wanted to go to Texas. She said no, so we came to Denver. When we got here, we started a family, a beautiful family. And at a certain point, we decided to move to Aurora. One of the really interesting parts about being in this chamber is many of you get to be the good representative from El Paso County or the good representative from Denver, or the good representative from Adams. I'm always the representative from Aurora. And I love it. I'm here to tell you that in this nation of immigrants, I love it. I love Aurora. I live in the most diverse city in the state of Colorado, and I love it. But I have to protect it. I have to look at each one of you as the individuals you are and understand that I have to protect the city that I love. That's what this resolution is. It's about protecting the individuals that we've decided to spend our lives with and spend our lives together. For those who don't know, I'm a former school board member. And what I want you to do, if you're ever confused about why I love Aurora, I want you to go to one of those schools, and I want you to just watch. Watch the different colors of the children that are playing. They don't care about this. They don't. What they care about is coming home and their mom's gone. What they care about is coming home and their dad's gone because ICE has shown up and taken them. This is a good resolution. It's a good resolution because it's about protecting the people that I care about. We are a nation of immigrants that needs to learn to love immigrants. Please vote yes.
Representative Luck. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, if the immigration activities were actually being done in the way that the federal government's describing to find people who are criminals, there would be no outrage that's happening. But we all know that this isn't the real reason. And what's happening is much more than just finding criminals. No law enforcement agency needs to have the enormous budget that they have, unless they have an underlying motivation of intimidation that induces fear and compliance. Congress had the opportunity to have a bipartisan comprehensive immigration law in 2024, but the Republicans rejected it. They were looking to keep this around and have immigration in turmoil just in case Donald Trump got elected, and he did. And that unresolved immigration issue, which could have been solved in a bipartisan way, was shot down. This allowed them to exploit, through force and intimidation and ICE and other agencies, what we have right now. Their refusal to solve the problem was by design to have an excuse for this intimidation plan. Folks like Renee Macklin-Good, Alex Peretti, and other observers across the country are working to hold abuses accountable. Citizens and state legislatures need to be the accountability mechanism against the abusive government behaviors of the government. Because we have observers recording events in Minnesota and elsewhere, Kristi Noem and DHS can't make up whatever story they want to believe fits their agenda, like they did with the murders of Good and Peretti. As my colleague from Denver quoted, the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. DHS wants to get away from infringing on the First, Second, and Fourth, and 14th Amendment of U.S. citizens, which are all protected by the Constitution. Palantir and technology establishments working hard with ICE to bolster the surveillance state. Anyone who holds these values in constitutional regard should be very concerned about this. And I stand with the language of this resolution and with the immigrants who are being scapegoated in order to usurp power from all of us. Leave our friends and neighbors who are contributing to our communities alone. Federal agents need to conduct their activities according to all federal and state laws, and they can't refuse to, then we don't want them here. Peacefully protesting, observing, and reporting unlawful activity by federal agents are constitutionally protected activities. I swore to uphold the Constitution, and I will call out the injustices which all people in our country are protected by that same constitutional foundational document, and I hope that you all will too. Our immigrant friends need to be respected, and this resolution helps us understand that.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I see that he's left the room. Still going to make mention of him, that I was actually moved. My colleague, representative from Aurora, wasn't planning. I do have some prepared comments, which is relatively unusual for me. Normally, I just come up and just speak. But I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity, should I speak, to try to stay on track with some thoughts. Back. Representative from Aurora did a fantastic job. Representative from Aurora spoke from love. That was just pure love. How do you argue with that? You don't argue with that. Shall not, will not. There's a lot of times that we can approach the well here. I'm not saying I have not done it. Try not to. Maybe it happened last year. Hasn't happened yet. In anger. And that's not going to help anything. So I've told myself that this year I approach the well. I want to do it in love. And that's what kind of brought me up here today. We're called to love. We're called to love the vulnerable, the sojourner, the stranger. I hear the term newcomer. Let's use newcomer. And to show compassion for those struggling or those that are in pain, irrespective of their origin or their story. If it's biblically based. Scripture does, though, however, teach us that love and law are not opposites. That love is dependent wholly on order. After all, the walls of Jerusalem were built not out of hatred. Think about that. The walls were not built out of hatred, but out of love for people and safety. Throughout the Bible, we find that boundaries, accountability, and justice are expressions of care and love, not of hate and anger. I cannot support a resolution that frames federal law enforcement not as protectors, but as threats. This resolution does ask us to treat the enforcement of immigration law as inherently harmful. The resolution asks us to confuse the clear lines between legal immigration, which is enriched clearly, without a doubt, our nation continues to do so, has done so for generations, and immigration that is not done lawfully, which has brought elements of danger and exploitation to Colorado families and legal, naturalized immigrants. I would never ask you to be silent, by the way. First of all, I know how that would go, and I wouldn't do it. And I do want to recognize, though, that 2016 and 2024 were pointed out, but we don't get to 2024 without 2020, because we talked about cruelty. I believe that let me say at least what I saw in 2020 was cruelty. Unchecked, unvetted, vast, pouring in migration. It wasn't checked. It's just, hey, come on in. The rules are off. That was cruel. That wasn't the way to go about it. Scripture describes those who serve in law enforcement, whether federal, state, or local, as servants for our good. They stand in that gap for us, all of us, between disorder and order, between danger and our safety. They are deserving, though I understand mechanisms we're not always going to agree with, they are deserving of our respect and support, not of suspicion and a resolution that seeks to undermine their very mission to protect us, and in the process, it unfairly paints them as our adversaries. I challenge us to consider when it involves immigration, embracing compassion does not mean ignoring the law. It does not mean creating policy to then protect those that seek to peddle in trafficking, exploitation, and human suffering. True compassion must protect families, vulnerable Colorado families, and naturalized immigrant families alike. We cannot have true compassion that seeks to extend mercy without also upholding justice. We can and we are called to love the immigrant without necessarily supporting the illegal element. Not calling a person illegal, just saying the illegal element of coming here not through a naturalized process, because I've heard that repeated many times, and I want to make sure that I'm drawing that distinction. We are called to show kindness without a surrender of our sovereignty. We are called to welcome those that follow a legal process of immigration while soundly still rejecting lawlessness. I stand with love for those truly seeking a better life. I also stand with deep conviction that love must always be paired with truth, and therefore mercy must also always be paired with justice. So in love, not anger, I cannot support the resolution. I do, however, and will continue to do so, support Colorado families, love the vulnerable, and express a deep respect for the men and women in law enforcement that protect us. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I was not planning on speaking today, but as the only Middle Eastern member in this chamber and the only Iranian elected in this state, I also carry with me the voices of my community members who have wanted me to be vocal about this issue. ICE was created to target Middle Eastern and Muslim communities. It was not created to protect and serve, and it has not shown to protect and serve my community. Instead, it infiltrated places of worship, detained people who spoke in Farsi, and ultimately led to the violation of constitutional rights, left and right. And that is the same thing that it continues to do. What we are seeing now is the natural endpoint of an organization that was created to target people based off of the color of their skin. The reason my wonderful colleague from Fort Collins is standing up here with me is because we respond to Fort Collins as a group and hold town halls together. And what we are seeing and hearing from our community repeatedly is a lot of fear, a lot of hurt. We are being demanded, our community is demanding of us to take action. We are hearing from parents who are scared to send their kids to school. We have had incidents in northern Colorado of parents dragged out of cars at school drop-off. We have kids who don't have their guardians to go home to. I received a call just a few weeks ago about an Iranian man who was taken by ICE, who did not speak English, was not given a translator, and had no idea where he was or who took him. What we are seeing is what happens when you give the budget of a small country to an agency and tell them to target people for being brown, for having an accent. And ultimately, this erodes trust in our local law enforcement and leads to chaos in our communities. It is fundamentally un-American, or at least it should be. And so we're standing here to tell our community that we won't stop until the rule of law is restored. We will make sure there is justice. And when we hit limits, which we ultimately have, we cannot abolish ICE. We cannot even ask them to take their masks off and identify themselves. But when we hit those limits, we will then ask the federal government to do their job. And that is what we are doing today with this resolution. So we ask you to vote yes.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Friday, I asked a multiple choice question at the very end of the day related to the geographical shape of Colorado. And on a map, it looks pretty simple that the answer should have been A, 4 sides. Colorado has 4 sides. But in fact, the answer was C. It has 697 sides, which to, again, the average observer, it feels like that is a foolish answer. And I pointed to the fact that while I didn't have time to go into the policy and why that was, the reality that it pointed to was that even the simplest of policies are more complex than we realize. How much more true than a topic of this magnitude? The complexity of this space is on full display today. A range of stories and statistics, laws, founding principles have all been pointed to, and we haven't even begun to scratch the surface. When I first came to office here, I was given a space in SSB. And I took 3 of the sides of my office and I put up peel and stick, dry erase wallpaper so that anyone who came in could join me in delving into issues. And the teacher and me delighted in the fact that we could write on the walls and figure out solutions to different problems. Now that I'm in the Capitol, I don't have 3 sides of my office with that wallpaper, but I do have enough to begin some conversations. I wasn't sure I was going to come down and speak today, but the representative from Weld County provoked me when he so passionately and so genuinely conveyed his desire to listen, to really understand. I share that desire, and I honor you for it. I don't know if your minds work like mine. Probably not, because, people call me crazy. My husband calls me ridiculous. But I either think in song or I think in images. And as many were speaking today, I was thinking in terms of Venn diagrams. And I honestly believe that that center section of a Venn diagram where all of the individual circles overlap is much larger than we believe. It's unfortunate we can't have a whiteboard, though, Madam Speaker, maybe we could talk about that, down here in the well. But really, I'm just here not to speak specifically to any part of this resolution, but to offer my office for any continuing conversations, for any people who want to come and actually listen to each other and figure out where that shared space is. This is only the beginning of what I suspect are many opportunities to talk about this particular issue. And so I'm on the 3rd floor. For any and everybody who might want to engage, I have a variety of colors of markers. I mean, everybody could have their own. And so I invite you to come and continue this very important conversation, not just so that we have a better understanding of each other, but so that hopefully we can better lead the people in our districts, so that those little kids can grow up in a world and in a country and in a state better equipped to serve them. Thank you.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just want to kind of cap this conversation off from our caucus here. And I appreciate the debate we've had today. It's nice to see my colleagues across the aisle stack the well. Sometimes it's something we're not exactly used to all the time, but I do appreciate the spirited debate. And I do want to thank the sponsors because I did meet with them along with my colleague from Fort Lupton to put forward our ideas on the amendment and what we felt could get us all in agreement, or at least most of us in agreement here. And I understand that they didn't take it, but they heard us out. And I think that's what we all ask for here. Being in the minority, you want to be heard. You want to sit down and have those conversations. So I genuinely thank the sponsors for hearing us out and at least hearing our suggestions that we put forward. I'm not here to go through all the details of the resolution and where we agree and disagree, because I feel like that's what we've been doing for the last 3 hours. But I think it's obvious to everyone here who's watching or listening at home that there are some pretty stark disagreements there. And I want to highlight some of the frustrations that you've heard from our side of the aisle here with some of the amendments that we had put forward. I thought my colleague from Fort Lupton, who put forward the amendment earlier, which was it took parts and language from the original resolution and added some other parts there, some of the things that we had discussed with the bill sponsors or with the resolution sponsors that could get us all to the table here. And I thought it was a great amendment. I think it's hard to disagree with anything in that. And I want to highlight some of the frustrations that we heard with a different amendment that my colleague from Douglas County had ran. And that was the frustration over things that happen here in Colorado around this topic that we don't do resolutions for. And I think that's important. And Madam Speaker, when you'd given me a moment of privilege last week, I made sure that I had brought this up as well, and I mentioned some of the names. We've heard a lot of names here today from both sides of the aisle, and I wanted to make sure that there were names heard for people that didn't get a resolution. And one of those, her name was Melissa, and her son, who was a child, died in 2023, 4 days after a Boulder district attorney warned the court that this person is dangerous and that this person should not be out on the streets. 4 days later, a week and a half before Christmas, the person who the DA declared dangerous was driving 100 miles per hour drunk, had been deported 4 times, and killed a mother and her child right before Christmas. And so it's important that we have these debates. It's important that both sides are heard and that we make sure we're representing all the voices across Colorado on these issues. I do have a fear, Madam Speaker, with these types of resolutions, and I felt we've made it pretty clear here. What I fear is going forward, we have, I think, 99 days left in this session, not that anyone is counting, but I fear that the conversations around law enforcement in general, and I understand a lot of people try to make sure that we're talking about federal agents, and obviously we're having disagreements on that, but I want to make sure that the fear of the federal law enforcement agents doesn't get moved down to our local law enforcement. that's important to me because about a week before session started, we had a bipartisan meeting with our El Paso County Sheriff, and many members from both sides of the aisle and from the Senate were in that room there. And our sheriff made clear that they are not going into schools, they're not going into churches, they're not going into mosques. And so I don't want to paint with a broad brush because I don't want to capture all of our law enforcement who are not doing certain things that we've heard from around the country. I don't want to capture them into that. One of our colleagues across the aisle, and I apologize, I don't remember exactly who mentioned it, but mentioned the raid on the nightclub in Colorado Springs. Now that's down in my area in El Paso. The important thing to highlight there is that in that raid, there was serious sex trafficking going on in that nightclub with adults and minors. And there are certain things that I don't think are public, so I can't go into details with, but I can tell you that the minors who are being sex trafficked in that nightclub, they were more expensive than the adults. And that's how like structured and organized some of these criminal rings are. And that's a part of the reason why that nightclub was raided. And so I want to make sure that that gets captured in this conversation because the nightclub in El Paso County was mentioned. And there were other things, drug trafficking, there had been shootings there and other calls for disturbances. But again, I want to make sure that we set the right tone, that while we have the disagreements on what federal law enforcement may or may not be doing around the country, I want to make sure that that our local law enforcement here in the state of Colorado understand that we still appreciate them and respect them. And I want to make sure that the bills that come through this chamber going forward, that we are not passing things that severely restrict their abilities to do and continue law enforcement because there's certain anger at federal law enforcement. And so that is my warning to you, and I have a feeling I will be up here later in the session saying, remember what I said on the day of that resolution to make sure that we are not capturing our local law enforcement. But again, I want to cap this off by saying there's obviously disagreements here. I will be a no vote. I imagine quite a few of my members will be a no vote as well. I do appreciate the conversation. I do appreciate the debate, and I appreciate the conversations that happen before we even get to this point where we're standing on the floor and having those civil conversations, because I think that's important for this institution and for us setting an example to everyone outside this building. And so for that, I will be a no, but I appreciate the ongoing conversations. Thank you.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of this resolution today. I am grateful for all the immigrants in this chamber, and I'm grateful for their lived experiences. There are folks, though, who have lived in this country most of their lives and are here legally. They have open asylum cases and are being deported without due process. I came up today to tell a story that came to my attention from a constituent who, a friend whose friend was detained on Christmas with his wife and child. They have documentation and a right to be here, and they have been ordered to be deported immediately. I have spoken with them. We worked with our federal partners to try and stop the case and stop the deportation, and our federal partners stated that they have dozens of cases just like this. People here legally with asylum cases, asylum is paused, and deportation happens. During the first administration, the Trump administration, I was appalled at the family separation policy, where we were taking kids from their parents and separating them, in some cases permanently. Some of those children have still not returned to their parents. I never thought it could get worse. This individual who has decided to self-deport is now out of the country because he could not stand the situation in detention. He is reporting that he was chained to a wall, both arms and legs, for several days. He also separated from his child. Thankfully, the child is still here. His wife was now forced to deport and is separated from him in another country. This is happening right now in our country. This is not mainstream media stories. These are real stories of real people that are being deported in a country that I love, that I pledge allegiance to every day. And we have to say no. That's why we have this resolution today, to say no. We will not stand for this. This is not okay. The National Youth Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman wrote a poem upon the death of Alex Preddy. One thing that stood out to me, one statement I'm going to read now. Knowing that to care intensively, united as to care both pain, dark horror for today, and a profound, daring hope for tomorrow. A profound, daring hope for tomorrow. Let us hold that daring hope close. I have hope that we are better than this. We will be better, and I won't give up. We won't give up. We will peacefully resist until we see that hope realized. Thank you, and I hope you vote yes today.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me look over the top of my glasses real quick. It's kind of quiet in here. Let me just turn it up just a little notch. First, I just want to say, obviously, I'm asking for a yes for this resolution. Second, I ask that we all think about the definition of humanity and what that looks like. Because we see the trauma across the nation that is being caused by the direct orders of the current administration. And I'm just going to be clear and say, which has been said multiple times up here, every immigrant is not a criminal. We have criminals right here in the United States of America, particularly the one that was selected to make decisions for our nation that embraces 34 felonies, 34 criminal felonies, to be exact. So I find it, I'm perplexed by the rhetoric that's being spread across the nation about how we need to clean up the streets with criminals when we have one making decisions for the nation. That's criminal. I'm confused. Actually, it's diabolical. But at the end of the day, when we think about humanity and we think about, I hear people talking about love and kindness, it's easy to do. It actually takes more energy to hate than it does to love. It's easier to love than to hate. But at the end of the day, we are called to do a job for the people who elected us to do so. Even in the midst of America being sick, and there is healing that needs to take place. We are seeing progress as Colorado Springs elected our first immigrant Black mayor, Yemi Mobolade, in 2023 in a very conservative city. So we can see that progress is happening. And he is an immigrant, not a criminal. My sisters that I serve with are immigrants, not criminals. It's disgusting to me to hear people say that immigrants are criminals and they all need to be deported. But think about if this was to come to your front door. Would your message still be the same? Or would it be different when it comes to your family? Because at the end of the day, rules change for certain people, for certain nationalities. And for the current administration, there are no rules. Rules don't seem to be applied. And we talk about Congress and we talk about the Constitution all the time. But clearly, the current administration is not following the rule of law, bypassing Congress, just doing whatever, going rogue, and it's disheartening to see that America is at war with America. We are at war with each other. The people that signed up to protect and serve are now being faced with, do we really protect or who do we serve? Because the orders that are being given is not reflective of what this once great nation is supposed to be. And as we see things unfold daily in our nation, we should all be stricken to our core of who we are as Americans and what we are allowing to happen as people. Because for me, this is not a political issue, this is a human issue. And I was taught and raised to treat everybody, no matter what color you are or who you are, with dignity and respect. And that's not happening. America has been given too many passes, and it's offensive. It's offensive. We find ourselves in a battle not just against one another, but against the very principles that have long defined what was once a great nation. It is offensive to think that we as a nation can stand tall while treating those seeking refuge and a better life with disdain. And that's my life, our life, every day as Black people, Black women in this building, treated with disdain, but yet we keep our head high. We continue to show up and take up space and do the job we was elected to do in spite of the disdain that meets us at the door at the very place we call the state capital of Colorado. Let's not shy away from uncomfortable truth. The actions of ICE agents have crossed a line into abuse. No one should lose their life for the sake of the rule of law, because I don't think anybody in here would want anybody in their family, let alone their kids, murdered in cold blood for the United States of America or internationally across the world for people to watch. It's time out for hashtags. I'm sick of hashtagging people over some nonsense. This should not be a badge and a gun, which is a ticket to shoot and kill. That's not what Protect and Serve looks like. So I'm going to leave you with this. Give y'all a little Jesus real quick, those of you who believe. In times like these, I turn to the wisdom of our scriptures. 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, if my people who are called by name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. I think a lot of us go to church in here. But if you're not applying scripture to your life, I would ask that you would check yourself. We must rise to this moment. Let us not allow fear to dictate our policies or our hearts. We are at a pivotal crossroads, and the choices we make today will echo for generations to come. We owe it to ourselves and to those who come after us to advocate for justice, humanity, and the true American spirit. Because the
Representative
true
English, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. The true definition of being an American is not hate. So, I challenge us together to forge a path that embraces the ideals of freedoms and equality for all. And let's turn our passions into action and our words into change. Thank you.
Representative Ricks, this is your second time to speak to the resolution. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, thank you for listening to us today. Thank you for, the conversation. We may not all agree, but we know that there is something that we need to do and that there are issues in our great country. When we talk about law enforcement, we're not talking about the people who are speaking up about the lack of training that they're seeing there, the shame that is being put out there on display all over the world for people to see how Americans and folks are being brutalized. It is wrong, and we cannot honor that people need to be treated with dignity. There's no need for people to die simply because even if you are illegal, does that mean punishment by death? No, that should not be. So we're thankful for those who are speaking up about what's happening. There's no shame to call what's wrong, wrong, and to say what's right when it's right. And I will always be one of those to speak up. Again, thank you. I speak to our communities that are listening, people who have called, have cried, are concerned about their loved ones who are detained right now, who they don't know where they are. We're still here fighting for you. Every word that we have spoken here is for the benefit of all of us, because safety for one person means safety for all. You see, our lives are intertwined, and this moment must be defined by love and not hate. And if one part suffers, every part suffers.
Representative Ricks, you have 15 seconds
With
remaining.
it, and one part is honor, every part rejoices with it. 1 Corinthians 12:26.
Representative Joseph, this is your second time to speak to the resolution. You have 5 minutes, 3 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to also thank everyone who spoke on the resolution, and thank you for my colleagues on our side of the aisle for their courage in speaking up today. And I ask for a yes vote on this resolution. We can hold two truths. We can hold law enforcement accountable, and we can also thank them for the work that they do on our behalfs in our community, especially our local law enforcement. And also, as we've heard the discourse today, ICE has existed under prior administration. However, the flagrant violation of civil and human rights are unprecedented. It's, I have new teeth, by the way, that's why. And we all should be offended as Americans, because whether black or white, someone died for the freedom we hold. And I wanted to share, as an American citizen, I never had to carry my passport, but under this administration, I do. So that's a lived reality for me. While some of you or some of us may come down here and express how we feel, I live this experience every day. I do fear being stopped by ICE. And I do fear, even if I show them my passport card, they can still arrest me, put me in detention, and deport me to a country where I don't speak the language. That is why I fight. That is why I'm in this fight, because I'm also in this fight, not only for my community, but also for myself. So let's get to it. A yes vote on this resolution is a stand for immigrant communities. A yes vote on this resolution is an acknowledgement that Alex Preddy and Renee Good should have never been killed. A yes vote is an acknowledgement that our immigrant communities deserve human rights and deserve to be respected. We cannot erase the lives lost and the human rights violations that have taken place in our streets. Let this resolution redeem us or help us to redeem our federal administration. Hopefully, when the federal government do better, we can use better words, because someone asked for better words. We can use words such as accountability, justice, fairness. We can certainly use better words when the federal government do better. So we ask for a yes vote on this particular resolution, and we will do better as our federal government do better as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Excused. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 20 no, and 5 excused, the resolution is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. Members, we are going to go into a brief recess. While I have your attention, I want to commend all of you for your commitment to respectful, civil, and dignified debate today. It is an honor to serve with all of you. I commend you for sharing lived experiences, pain and fear, love and hope in a way that should make all of us proud. Thank you. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, I have an announcement. The Republican caucus will be meeting in room 212 immediately. Thank you. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Members, we are moving into announcements and introductions. And it does look like a few folks signed up in advance. Representative Froelich, first on our list. Thank you for signing up.
$2.99. Sorry. Oh, it's not Price is Right. It is a pleasure to serve.
It is
you,
not
Madam
the
Speaker.
Price is Right.
The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet in LSBA 10 minutes after adjournment. 10 minutes, as we have a big full day. Presentations, then we'll hear, we're actually going to flip the order, and we'll hear 1041 and then 1001, Be There or Be Square. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Stewart, and then Representative Mabry. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to let everyone know that I have been approved to be excused on February 12th.
So approved. Representative Mabry. Representative Mabry, that's $1 for the fine jar.
That's fair. I didn't sign up today. Okay, Judiciary Committee members, we are going to meet at 1:35 in room 107. We're going to hear House Bill 1035, House Bill 1052, and House Bill 1017. Be there at 1:35.
Thank you. Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a Black History Month. 365 days of the year, you have the hidden figures on your desks, and today we have Dr. Bennett Omalu, physician and forensic pathologist. He is a Nigerian-American forensic pathologist whose groundbreaking research transformed the understanding of brain injuries in contact sports. In 2002, while conducting an autopsy on former NFL player Mike Webster, Omalu discovered signs of a degenerative brain disease caused by repeated head trauma, which he identified as chronic traumatic encephalopathy. His 2005 publication marked the first documented case linking CTE to professional football players, expanding a condition previously associated mainly with boxers. Despite facing significant pushback from the National Football League and others who sought to discredit his findings, Omalu's work sparked widespread scientific inquiry, public awareness, and advocacy around concussion risk. Ultimately, his research helped lead to changes in NFL safety protocols, encouraged brain donation for further study, and validated the experiences of countless former players suffering from cognitive and behavioral systems linked to repeated head injuries. Dr. Bennett Omalu, physician and forensic pathologist, hidden figure. Happy Black History Day.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two announcements. Just another reminder that the Health and Human Services Committee will be meeting tomorrow at 1:30 in room 112 to hear bills 1042, 1040, and the sunset review of the Colorado Professional Boxing Act. I also wanted to announce today that today is Colorado Hospitals Day at the Capitol. Representatives from hospitals across the state are here to are here in the building to share firsthand stories of delivering healthcare to all of our constituents and the communities they serve. As you all know, the healthcare profession is an immense responsibility. Please join me today in speaking with them and hearing their stories and how the policies we pass in this building impact the work they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to let you all know that you are invited to join the Outdoor Recreation Caucus. We have two events this week. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 4th at noon is our first lunch. It will be in the SSB cafeteria again at noon. And then on Thursday, we are having a field trip from 4 to 6 p.m. to tour Icelandic Skis, which is the company where I bought my skis from. So they're really cool. And we would love to have you join us, and there's more information in your emails.
I ski on those too. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, just a quick note. You have on your desk the House of Representatives emergency and evacuation procedures. Just wanted to flag that for you. Please do review that. Please review it with your staff. Please note that Basenecker bill is not a reason for evacuation. I'm trying some new material out. But there are a number of instances that we hope you will never see in this space, but it's good that you be familiar with them. We ask that you familiarize your aides and any staff with the procedures in the manual as well. Thanks to our House staff for preparing the resource.
Yes. And I have 3 quick announcements. Rep. Goldstein will replace Rep. Leader on House Health and Human Services for tomorrow only. Rep. Wynn will replace Rep. Leader on House Business Affairs and Labor for tomorrow only. Rep. Clifford will replace Rep. Leader on House Business Affairs and Labor on Thursday, February 5th only. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
So granted.
Thank you. This is my first moment in 8 years. Can you believe it? But as you all know, that we are human. And in our leadership positions, or any position actually, sometimes, you know, we do make mistakes. And I made a mistake this morning on my vote on our immigration resolution. As a daughter of a first-generation Mexican-American and family who marched with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, and a kid who went along with them, I understand the issues, the challenges, and the pain that has gone behind that. I would never have voted no on that resolution. So I not only want my members to know, I want all those who are watching, all the advocates and organizations out there that I've worked with in the 8 years I've been here, to know that that was a mistake. I own it. I'm only human. I'm a proud Latina and proud to support all the issues we discussed today and the issues coming forward. I also want to thank Representative Garcia for making that clear to the advocates who reached out and to anyone else who stood with me and stood for me and supported me on this and made that clear to them. So with that, I'd ask for your grace, and I also did co-sponsor it, so I just want to put that out there. So thank you all for what you did, and appreciate your grace.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Would you like to bring us home?
I certainly would, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Wednesday, February 4th, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.